What do you mean, you people?
Everyone.
I'm surprised we're starting here
Well, I
with
wanted to
the
have
video.
just like this was a long video we could have running in the background. Um,
Yeah.
Everything else is kind of short and punchy and relates to what we were doing directly. I figure, we didn't do much here, so why not just have a kind of long pan shot of the ship we're on? So, anyway, as I teased a bit earlier, me, and Kaiser went to Japan back in 2024
Woo.
and shot a whole bunch of footage,
Woo.
partially just for, being touristy and stuff, but also we thought we might make a travel log out of it. Suffice to say, things didn't pan out, but we still ended up with all this footage. So I thought, as part of the fundraising drive for WalkMS, we could show off the footage we filmed and talk a bit about the trip. I know it sounds weird. It kind of comes off like a brag, but I hope we'll all have fun either way.
Oh, hello?
Hello?
Yeah, there you are.
I just stopped talking.
Oh, okay. You kind of cut out for me, and then the footage kind of stuttered, and I didn't know if that was.
I think that was just me physically stumbling on the boat.
Huh. No.
First question being, when in 2024? This was for the month of October, starting, I think, September 30th, and then I came back and stopped filming on the 27th of October, and then Scott just stuck around for the rest of the year.
Yeah, yeah. I was there until literally January 2nd.
So let me just get all this set up, because I have 3 monitors going, and I still don't think I have enough for the job. All right, so move it over to here. So I guess what we could start with, Scott, being, let's see, is there a more appropriate video I can have running in the background? Definitely do not want to pull up the skydiving yet. That's going to be loud.
Yeah, I know.
Uh, d- 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 Well, let's just move one deck down and take a look at the solarium.
I love getting decked down.
Well, then you'll love this next segment because to start off our trip, we went to Seattle a day ahead of the cruise ship we took to get to Japan.
Yeah,
And
because when you're going on a cruise, I don't know how many people have done cruises. You definitely want to show up a day before your cruise leaves because, I mean, you could take a red-eye flight and like show up at 9 in the morning and maybe be okay, but yeah, if your flight might get delayed, then you're super fucked. So always show up the day beforehand.
and we had a nice quiet. We took a couple of pictures, and I can show those off if people are interested, but didn't get much like footage of anything. But then when we got up to get to the boat that morning at about 11 o'clock, we pulled up right to the check-in desk and only then discovered that Scott didn't have his passport. So
So
now for
here's a
the 4th time, you're going to have to tell that story.
Okay, so what had happened was the day that we were supposed to leave on the flight, I was getting all of my stuff ready. Now, I had already put my passport in a specific bag that I knew where it was. I was like, all right, it's in this particular bag. Then I realized that with the way that I was packing everything, I was going to inevitably have to move all of the stuff from one bag to another bag and then put that initial bag in my check-in my check bags. So I took it out of the I took it out of that carry-on bag, put the carry-on bag in my checked baggage, but never got back around to putting my passport back in a carry-on bag. I just thought I had. So when we got to Seattle, the night after we checked into our hotel, which was a cute little hotel not too far away from the pier, Quinn asked me comedically, "Hey, you brought your passport, right?" And I'm like, "Of course I did. Come on. Of
Yeah,
course
what
I
kind
brought
of
my..."
idiot wouldn't have their passport on them?
don't know if I said that exactly, but so next morning we get to the pier, and out in the front they're flat out like, "Hey, you can't get in unless you show your passport."
Like, you can't even get in line to go through security to check in until you show someone that you have your passport. Probably because this has happened before.
So I open my bag, and then I empty my bag, and then I have a panic attack right outside of the fucking pier. And so finally security comes by, and she's like, "Oh, hey, so what's going on? Do you need some help?" And I'm not doing great. I've never forgotten my passport before. That's just not something I've ever done. I'm just like not that kind of guy. I can be forgetful, but not that forgetful. And so in this moment, I don't know what to do, because not only have I made a mistake, I'm just like, our entire trip will have to be essentially upended in a way. You can't get, like, there was no way that we were going to get a refund as far as we knew, and even with the travel insurance that we had. And so I'm just like, wow, okay, I'm at a loss. I'm basically having a breakdown here. What do we do? So this wonderful woman comes by and says something along the lines of, "Well, okay, listen, there's a passport office that's not too far from here. Go there, give them this information, make the appointment, and you know, you might be able to get this sorted out in time to get on the boat." Something tells me that it happened before, but they didn't want to give me any big insurance. Like, they didn't want to assure me that you can get this done, don't worry about it. So they give me all the info I need. I make an appointment on the phone, freaking the absolute fuck out, and I show up at this office. Now, funny thing about this office, by the way, it has security to go upstairs, and then to the right, it has almost like this bodega where they'll take a picture for you and help you, like, you know, get the picture you need for your passport, which is insanely cool to me. I think that's awesome. They'll print out everything that you need to. So I get in there, I get all this stuff, you know, I get the picture, I fill out all of the paperwork twice because I made a mistake on the first time. I go through security, and then I have to go back downstairs, get another thing, go back up. And then, because they didn't give me a certain paper, I had to go back downstairs and go back up again, which meant I had to take off my belt and all of my electronics and go through security 3 times. So finally, I'm upstairs with all the paperwork that I need. I give it to them, and the guy up front, you know, he's like, "Wait, so you need this today?" "Yes." "In 3 hours?" "Yes." Okay, I'm going to be very honest with you. I don't think there's any way that you're going to get this.
Yeah, the full timetable, sorry to interrupt, but the full timetable was, it was about 11 o'clock when we got to the ship and realized that Scott didn't have his passport. The schedule was the boat would leave at 3:30 p.m. that afternoon, and then at the same time, at I think about 3, the passport office in Seattle would close. So time was definitely of the essence all the way through.
Yes. But one thing that I had, specifically because I had booked an apartment in Japan, I had my license and my old passport, my original passport, the one that I forgot to bring, on my phone. Meaning I could give them information that they could then use to expedite the process of getting me a new passport. And since they had the printing thing close by, like I think it was even in the same building, they tell me, "All right, well, we'll do what we can, but I have to be honest with you, it's unlikely." At this point, it's like noon, maybe 12:30. So I sit down. During all of this, Quinn is communicating with me, both on our behalf and the behalf of the pier. It's your turn.
Okay, yeah. So from my point of view, our paths diverged about the time the lady helped him fetch a cab to the passport office. I elected to stay behind for just because I didn't feel like I'd be any help at the passport office, but at the same time, we had already given them our suitcases to put on the boat, because if you're not familiar with the cruise process, you take your kind of it's a lot like an airplane. You have your carry-on bags that you take with you onto the boat after they pass through security, and then at some point later that same day, your suitcases are taken to your room. Our suitcases were immediately taken away the second we got onto the pier, because they're just trying to expedite this whole process for everybody. But there remained the possibility of, one, Scott wouldn't get his passport at all, and we wouldn't be able to board, and thus he'd need his suitcase. Or two, there was a vague possibility the passport was in the suitcase, but Scott pretty much said from the get-go, it's not in there. So I stayed behind to make sure someone was with the suitcases if we didn't get on board, or someone could search the suitcases while Scott was getting his replacement passport. So at the end of the pier is the check-in area, which is essentially just like a small hangar. It's more dressed up than that, but it's a wide open space with a lot of different lines going different places and a couple of waiting areas kind of segmented off to the side. I was in one of those areas, sitting there I was communicating with Scott the whole time, with just a couple of like text messages and a couple of phone calls, and he was telling me, yeah, the guy doesn't think he can get it to me today. And I was trying to like saying, hey, worst case scenario, we don't get on the boat, we maybe stay in Seattle a couple of days, we just fly to Japan, because we already had hotel reservations in Japan, so I wasn't going to call the whole trip a loss if we couldn't get on the boat. But losing the boat would have been a big hefty blow to the whole budget. Anyway, it's about, I think, 1:30, closer to 2 o'clock, when they finally get our suitcases back, because they were so fast in the process, despite the fact that we got there immediately and then found out there was a problem. They had already put our stuff on the boat. Like in the 20 minutes it took for us to get up to the pier and tell them, hey, there's a problem, we're going to need our bags back. So they had to find where they left our bags on the boat before they could bring them back out. And they finally bring them back out at around 1:32. And then I just, I flipped Scott's open just for the shits and giggles and go, okay, yeah, it's not in here. And I'm talking to the pier coordinator, Pedro, and he's so sweet. He was trying. I don't think he wanted to give me false hope, but he was like, okay, if we keep on top of this, we might be able to hold the boat for a few minutes. It's like the thing you need to do now is have a picture of him with his new passport. That would be the best case I can make to have the boat wait just like the 10 minutes it would take for him to get from the passport office back to the pier.
Which, in fact, there is a picture of me with my new passport, which I'm not going to show because it might have information I don't want to share. But yeah, there's a shot of me with the passport in hand.
Yeah, and so I go to the pier coordinator. I have to get his Uber information so they know what car to look out for to try and wave him towards like the actual check-in building instead of having him get off in the pier and walk to it.
But here's the thing. Mind if I switch back to mine?
Let me go ahead and tell this one story that kind of crystallizes why I did what I did. So while I'm in the waiting area to try and get the bags back, I'm not the only person that has to deal with a companion unable to travel. There was a couple that came up. It was a man and a woman. Couldn't tell if they were related or actually husband and wife or in any way romantically involved. But the story went, they weren't U.S. citizens. They were here on a travel visa and thus needed another visa to go to Japan. And the woman did not have the right paperwork.
Which, oof.
The first thing the man says after the pier coordinator says we can't let her on the boat is, "Can I still go?" And what follows is about an hour of very awkward, like calling the State Department, probably phoning the Japanese embassy to try and solve the situation. But it is so sad. The guy eventually just goes, "Well, I'm going on the boat," and he just leaves. And she's sitting there for the 30 minutes while they try to get her bag so she can just leave the pier and do whatever. And I'm like sitting there going, I cannot get on this boat if Scott doesn't have his passport. It would be 14 days of me going, wow, I'm lonely. It's just survivor's guilt, I guess. Oh, and then they also, while we were waiting, because this ship was the last ship of the season at that pier in Seattle, they had like a going away party to thank the people that actually just worked for the pier, not for Royal Caribbean, the cruise ship we were on. I was like, thank you for your service. And they gave me a slice of cake.
Yeah,
I apparently put up enough of a pitiful picture of, like, my companion might not make it, and I'm not going to even go without him, that they went, aw, I'm rooting for you. Here's some cake.
Pity cake.
Yes.
Tastes as good as regular cake.
I mean, it was like vanilla sheet cake, so it wasn't anything spectacular, but it was a very nice gesture from people who are just like, we're rooting for you, but we can't do much else.
And so, over on my side, I'm sitting there, and one of the best parts about this entire thing while I'm sitting there is that there is a couple with a child who are going through a similar problem. And by similar, I mean they're on the same cruise that he and I are, but their kid needs a new passport. And so we're sitting there they're up there, going through the motions, and I'm like, wait a second, we're in the same boat, literally. And we have a laugh about that, as much as we can laugh, as we're looking at thousands of dollars out. And so, as the time ticks by, and I'm in contact with Quinn, who's being, again, just the best, very incredibly patient with me after considering that I'm the one who fucked this all up. And during this entire thing, I can see people getting their stuff and leaving, and the entire room is starting to just kind of like thin out. And at some point, like most of this place is starting to shut down. And around, I'd say 2:15, 2:30, that couple gets their passport and leaves. And I'm like, wait a second. What the fuck? I was here before them. They just got their passport and left. What's going on? But I'm not freaking out. I'm not shouting at anybody. I'm not getting short with nobody. That's not how I roll. That's just not the kind of person I am. But I am wondering what the fuck's going on. And so finally I go up there and I was like, hey, sorry, is there any update? And they're like, yeah, we don't know where yours is. Yeah, we're looking. We're looking. We'll find it. But we're trying to find where your passport is right now. Okay. Okay. All right. So, yeah.
And that's a moment where domestic terrorism was considered.
No, it was not. For the record, no, it was not. But yeah, I sat there, just wondering to myself, okay, so my passport has been printed. It's somewhere in this building, but no one knows where it is, and it is fucking 2:45. Finally, I hear the words, oh, they were right here the whole time.
Slap, slap, slap.
And so I get up and I'm like, because I heard that, and I'm like, wait, they were? It's like, yeah, and they point at a desk right behind them. Right behind them. And so they hand me my passport. I thank them from the bottom of my incredibly overworked heart and jet the fuck out the building. Now, when I get out there, I immediately contact Quinn to tell him, hey, I've got the passport. I'm on my way. But here's the thing with that. I have to get an Uber, because I took an Uber to get there, or a Lyft. It was probably a Lyft. And so I get outside and I order a Lyft. And the Lyft says 4 minutes away. And I'm like, okay. So I sit there for 2 minutes. The Uber, or the Lyft, had not moved in those 2 minutes. I'm freaking the fuck out, y'all. So I decide, you know what? No, I'm not fucking around with this. I cancel the Lyft and get a new one that is apparently 3 minutes away, sit my ass back down, and wait again. Meanwhile, I've taken a picture of myself with the passport. Like I said, like it's like, hey, I have it. Here it is. And finally, it shows up. I get in there, and I don't say like go like it's extra money if you go faster because again that's not really a thing that you do. I'm just like, oh hey, I will admit I'm in a little bit of a hurry. I need to be here, so please get me there as quickly as you can.
And a 5-star rating's in it for you.
You're right, exactly. I tipped that motherfucker. I always tip my Lyft drivers, but fuck me, that one was like a like more than 20%. So I'm sitting there and he's going normal speeds. Like he's not doing anything crazy, but he's not like being overly cautious. And the entire time I'm just sat here wondering, am I going to make it? At about 3:20, I think, I finally pull up in front of the pier. And I pull up to a group of people outside waving me in. And the moment I enter the building, they start clapping. This was a victory for people. They were pulling for me the whole time, God bless them. And so I get in there. They get all of my, they rush me. They do all the appropriate security measures, but I'm the only person left. So they're like, here, go through, all right, get your stuff, get on.
While still holding your belt and shoes, you make it to the check-in area.
Yes. And finally, after all of this, I get to the gangway. And I don't breathe until we're on that fucking boat.
Now, after he gives me the photo of him in the car, I relay that to the pier coordinator, and I hear over their walkie-talkies like, okay, we're looking for this car with this license plate number, and he goes off. Meanwhile, Scott has left all of the luggage with me, because, why burden himself when he's trying to go to the passport office? So I'm standing there with both of our massive suitcases made for a month-long trip, both of our backpacks floating over my shoulders, both of our messenger bags crossed over that. So I'm just standing there fully hiked up and locked in. It's like, the second I see him, I am maybe giving him the suitcase, but then I'm getting the fuck on the boat.
Yeah. So, we make it on the boat with all of our stuff, and that was one of the most harrowing experiences of my life. I cannot tell you the sheer panic and anxiety and shame I felt. Let me be clear. The shame was overwhelming throughout all of this. Because again, I don't do this kind of stuff. I don't forget my passport. That's not something I do. So for it to happen was so humiliating, genuinely and honestly. So the fact that we finally made it on that boat after all that was I was so happy, but I'll never ever be able to forget that.
Yeah, that's something I can never let you down.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So I've had a B-roll of a couple of the decks of the ship on the background. This one is the lower deck, which is at the back of the promenade going towards 270, which I think is one of the more standout features of this ship, the Quantum of the Seas Quantum class, because it actually leads back to a bank of windows they have over the stern of the ship, which is usually where most cruise ships seem to put their main dining room. But I think this is a much better use of it. You essentially make it into a second entertainment space.
What was the name of the ship?
Quantum of the Seas.
Quantum of the Seas, yeah.
Yeah, it's older in the sense that it was built, I think, in 2012 and was refurbished 2020, 2021. There's the head. I never got a lot of the... Well, that's clearly a tribute to Pain, right?
I just realized calling it the head is really funny on a boat.
Oh yeah, and then the other standout feature of this one was those 6 screens that are currently just showing the name of the ship in a picture are on like full arm actuators and can dance around and do like there was a show, not every night but almost every night, where they'd have them do like something interesting where they would play like a 5-minute skit and the screens would like move around and wave and stuff.
Yeah, it was pretty cool stuff.
All right, so let's see here. Now that we're done with our just B-roll story, let's see. I think the most interesting thing that happened early on in the cruise was the skydiving simulator we went on.
Yeah. Oh, one thing I want to note, by the way, because I might forget it. The people that I met on the at the at the passport office, I found them on the boat, which I was so happy. I was like, oh my god, thank God I found you on the boat, because that kind of like brings all of this around for me.
Yeah, so it was day 3 of the cruise when we were in the middle of the Pacific. So the cruise route was, it would leave Seattle day 1, spend 7 days at sea, and then it would arrive at Muroran in Hokkaido. And then from there, jump to Hakodate, then jump to Akita, and then spend another day at sea as it kind of swung around the west side of Honshu to stop at Shimizu, which was near Mount Fuji, before finally getting to Tokyo, in actuality Yokohama, before it kicked everyone off, or at least the people who didn't pay for the next cruise. So the most exciting thing we did at sea was the skydive. Well, we wanted to do it. I did it. We can go over that as I play the first part of it. So I will play sound on some of these. This is just a blown out mic for 3 minutes. So
yeah, honestly, this doesn't need the sound at all. But yeah, so fun fact about the little skydiving thing. I initially found out about it via the website, and I've always wanted to do something like this. But on the website, they warn you, hey, if you're over a certain amount of weight, you can't do it. I was at the time over that weight. So it
was over 250 if you were taller than 6 feet. It was over 230 if you were shorter than 6 feet. Well, 6 feet, yeah.
Hey, maybe somebody wants to be vague about the weight. Anyway, there was a certain amount of weight that you had to be under, and I wanted to be under that weight. And so not just for my health, but because I wanted to, do this fucking skydiving thing, I sort of use this as my like, okay, this is my goal because I want to do the skydiving thing. It's my motivation. And so I exercised, I dieted, and I worked really hard to lose all that weight, and I did. But the thing was, it's that certain amount of weight at a certain height, at 6 feet, like Quinn said. And I, apparently, in the many years I have been alive, am no longer officially 6 feet tall. I was technically still over the weight at under 6 feet. And they did not let me do the skydive. And I was upset, but also, what are you gonna do? You're gonna like shout at the guy? You're gonna get mad at them? No. Again, I'm just not that kind of guy. So I told Quinn, get in there. I'll take a video of you. And I did, and it was cool. It was fun. I mean, I don't know.
So
it was fun to watch you, but
I've had this is the group I was in. I'm not sure if you can see me way off to the right. But the idea is, it seems like, I'm not sure if it's the same for every group. What they do is near the end they seem to show off, and here it comes. Yeah, so they have a couple of more experienced people do more experienced tasks, and so I'm not even sure if they're up for a license or anything, but you had this girl and the older guy that came in after her do much more, sophisticated skydiving stuff, and then also the trainer at the end of the session would do a whole bunch of, like, here, I can pull up this video too. that this was shot on a much later day. Yeah, chasing a ball. So anyway, what happens is Scott went first to step on the scale, and then they weigh him and then go, okay, hold on, stand over here. And then that's where they make the determination that he's not 6 feet or taller. I get on. The guy doesn't even have me stand next to the ruler. I'm good to go.
Yeah.
I'm already put out because I wanted this to be a group experience. So I'm already in a bad mood as it is. And then what happens is I have my routine, which didn't get filmed, but then you see the part where the instructor goes over to the side and starts to talk to me. It's because he had notes. I was the only one in our group that he decided to say, "You're doing something wrong. Let's go again." Because the way they broke down the skydiving stuff was, if the ship is in port, you can do it for free, but only for 1 minute and time permitting. If you pay extra, I think it's like $35 a person, you'll do it for 2 minutes, and you can do it while the ship's at sea. What I wasn't realizing and all the other stuff going on was that I've only done it for 1 minute so far. So now with the notes I have been given, I get, I say in finger quotes, to do it again. So now on top of my just general aggravation about Scott not being able to join, I now have performance anxiety sitting on top of that.
Woo.
So all told, I'll stop beating around the bush. This was let me double check if this was the right one. Okay, yeah, no, that's the girl. This is me skydiving the second time around. Barely fitting in the hole.
Giggity. Oh, hello?
I'm quiet. I have no further commentary.
Oh, okay. That's making sure.
The note was, apparently I was forcing my pelvis back and not to my front. The idea being that you kind of have to bend yourself in at least a slight V, or else you'll just fly around like they threw a plank of wood in the fan.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense with the way that, like, you want to make sure that there's no wind that's catching you. Like, it's a thing.
Yeah, and so it looks somewhat steady on camera, but I felt completely out of control. And it also didn't help that my feet kept bumping against the edge of the tube. I think if they're going to have a maximum height requirement, it's going to be because of this. Yeah, and so after that, so you see the guy with the curly hair with the much better camera taking photos. They obviously have a bunch of staged shots that they're like, oh, hey, come pay extra for these nice photos of you in the skydiving simulator. I blew right past that, going like, oh, these available in the photo gallery later? Yes, okay, I'm out. And I just left. I was very put out for what should have been an exhilarating experience, and I don't know how to feel about it anymore.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. One of these days I do want to give it a try myself, just because I like the idea of kind of the weightlessness of it. But also, it kind of also just looks like it's a kind of annoying exercise as well, and kind of anxious exercise.
Oh yeah,
so, I don't know.
no, the anxiety was definitely there, and only now am I realizing the thumbs up he was giving me was because he was pointing to you, and I didn't even realize that. I just saw the thumbs up.
Well, fine. Or not.
But later on the cruise, we got to do some laser tag. I showed a bit of the footage of the gaming area first, but yeah, instead of some cruise ships that have their whole sports area outdoors, Quantum of the Seas class has an indoor 2-deck Seaplex. And they did a whole bunch of sports stuff in this lower area, including bumper cars, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah, the bumper cars are usually what this place is used for, if I'm being honest. But yeah, they basically blow up an entire, I'm not going to say like a maze, but it's like a course. It's the map you spawn into for the laser tag, and It was a lot of fun. It was maybe my favorite activity we actively took part in on the cruise.
Yeah, that was the only thing we did twice. There was
Yeah, we certainly did do the bumper cars twice.
Yeah. So the bumper cars we did much later, if only because that was a thing they were doing like every night, and we were trying to aim for one of the slots where they're like, "Oh, no kids for this one." Like, okay, good. I do not want to get blamed if little Timmy loses a tooth. Or something which actually happened to me. Thanks, Speed Zone.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, it was. That wasn't as bad as the time as I got in a wreck and bit my tongue.
Oh.
But anyway, we get into the bumper cars. They would not fit two adults in one, at least adults of our size.
And they are meant for two people.
Yeah.
Two children, specifically.
Yeah, see, you would get in, an adult would get in and kind of straddle the middle, but and eventually put their butt on one side. The problem is, as you can see, they don't go that fast, but if you get to their top speed and hit somebody, you can jerk around a bit. And I made the unfortunate discovery that if there is a kind of pad on the seatbelt anywhere, it was not where my shoulder was. So I ran into somebody and immediately got a large burn scratch, pretty much from the top of my shoulder down to the top of my clavicle. And it's still there.
Yeah, no, you literally got a scar from that goddamn thing because the cars are not set up for a single human adult. That's not how they're made. And so, yeah, it was really, I'm going to say funny, actually bad, terrible. Was not a fan. Yeah.
Yeah. So the ship. So let's not bury the lead there. We had some good times on the ship. I don't think either of us regret having that sailing. It's just, there are a lot of times where the more negative stuff stands out.
Oh geez, the stream is killing the.
It doesn't like what's happening with the water. Yeah, I was wondering if the time lapse is going to go well. All right, let's go back to the bumper cars then. It's good B-roll.
Yo, lordy. Yeah, you'd have to. You really have to up your bit rate in OBS.
The problem is, if I think I did that, I lose the stream.
Yeah. But yeah, no. There were honestly, when it comes to the cruise, there were a lot of activities to do on the cruise. There were a lot of shows that we could watch. Although honestly, none of them were all that entertaining to me this time around.
Yeah, when it came to the stuff they were they had one big production in the 270 lounge I showed earlier called Star Water, which was a immersive event. In fact, here, this is what the stage looked like when they dressed it up. They can cover the back window in screens and thus just make it a large panoramic screen on top of the 6 screens they currently now have bent up towards the ceiling to make room. And it was a bunch of cover songs with some dancing. And it's really the tech that's the star of the show. Even though by the time we saw it, they had nixed the biggest event, which was pulling the main singer up into the ceiling. Probably because the winch that pulls her up failed too many times. I'd seen that when the ship was featured on Mighty Cruises. Alright, well here's another ocean time lapse. I'm sure this will look great. So this was our first stop in Japan, Muroran, which was advertised as Sapporo. It wasn't false advertising to the sense where it's like, why is the ship pulling in here? But in reality, when you look at a map of Hokkaido, Muroran is not exactly on the opposite side of the island from Sapporo, but it's an hour-and-a-half train ride, even if you take a limited express that rarely stops between Muroran and Sapporo. So we were already off on the wrong foot initially because the boat couldn't pull in until 3 hours after its scheduled time. They were trying to avoid some storms, which, story of our life, because that happened in 2023 too.
Yep.
Oh, this one will also look great because I shot it through our... This was from our balcony. I shot it through... the time-lapse went on for so long, I projected it through the transparent railing. But obviously, very dirty railing by this point. Very
dirty.
So, unfortunately, the downside was we got there 3 hours late. Muroran is a relatively small city, so the train station that handles the Limited Express was not ready to handle 4,000 people suddenly trying to get through it in the course of a day. So, let's see. I think I have one of the pictures on my end. Okay, not that day. There we go. Yep. So this was shot from my phone. This was the end of the line. The line bent back around the elevator, across the 7-Eleven, and... hold on. Right where this sign is, that's where the line took a right to finally get to the ticket booth.
So in short, Jesus Christ, holy shit, fuck us.
Yeah,
there was no way
Yeah.
that we were going to get on that that train within like in less than an hour and a half.
So, the full schedule for the boat was that I was supposed to show up at 7 in the morning and then leave at midnight. So you think, okay, even with the hour-and-a-half, 2-hour train ride, you can still have a lot of time in Sapporo. Well, the boat was 3 hours late to getting into the port. You had to deal with this line, which I think ultimately took us an hour and a half. So by the time we got our tickets, it wasn't until 1:30 that the train reached the station. And then we didn't get to Sapporo until 3. So we only really had enough time to do about 30 minutes to 45 minutes of shopping under Sapporo Station, and then we went right to Ramen Alley, where we did... I got some venison ramen.
I think we both got the venison ramen, right?
No, you didn't. I don't remember what you had against it, but I think I said I was going to get it, so you got something else.
Oh, I think I was like, oh yeah, if you get that, then I'm gonna grab something else because I was curious about the venison ramen. I just I didn't want to get it for myself because I was like, yeah, it could be good, it could be bad. I just didn't want to like go with something I was unfamiliar with.
Yeah, it was unfortunate because there was another ramen shop we both went to back when we were in the city in 2023, and that was delicious. But unfortunately, they didn't open until after we had to leave to get back to spend another 2 hours on the train to get back to the boat.
Yeah. In fact, a couple of things that we wanted to do in Hakodate specifically, including getting some of their world-class parfaits, were going to have to be after we left. So.
And it's really only after looking at this footage to like name all the files that I realized, man, apparently the GoPro did not steady the shot with my hand.
Also got some mad fisheye going on.
Yeah, I think I tried out a zoom on this one and it did not pan out. Oddly enough, this is actually the later footage. This is the one we got when the sun was still up. And it still has the fisheye effect.
Shot.
Well, we were sitting on the same bench. We were sitting on that bench for a good 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's true.
We were just enjoying the ambiance. And I think maybe some snacks we picked up along the way.
I got a chocolate. Wait, was it? No, that's where I got the chocolate croissant.
Oh yeah, because there was that shop in the mall that we passed the year before. That I forget the reasoning, but we did.
Okay, so essentially, there was this giant chocolate croissant, and the entire idea is that it's just a full croissant that has been dipped in chocolate. So it is covered in this whole croissant is in a chocolate shell. When I first saw the croissant, I thought I want to get that very badly, but I could not pull the trigger at the time because in my mind, all I could think is that's just so many calories. We're so busy. Do I even have a place to sit down and eat it? But this time, I was like, all right, if I see that croissant again, I'm going to get it. And God help me, at the exact same bakery and the exact same station, there it was. And I got my croissant.
Mission accomplished. But this is going back earlier in time. This is when the sun was just beginning to rise as the ship was nearing the city.
Okay, call me crazy, but think he seen something VTuber related on the trip. What does that mean? Was the chocolate croissant good? It was adequate. It was fine. It wasn't bad. I liked it. I had maybe had hyped myself up a little for it because I spent so long wanting it that when I finally got it, I was like, it's fine. It's okay. Which is fine, you know, like, oh well, it's not the best thing I ever ate.
Adequate seems to be the theme of this cruise. Oh no!
Okay, well, to be fair, most of the stuff with the boat is in fact quite adequate. Oh my god, the food. Yo, so the first cruise that we ever did, which was in 2023, was with the Norwegian Jewel?
Correct.
And oh my god, that's a nice shot.
Yeah,
I like
I'm frustrated with how long it took for me to actually just steady the shot.
that.
It does look a bit better, because I actually have it going a bit faster now. Can do that.
Yeah, that'll help. So the food on the Norwegian Jewel was actually pretty good. If I had to if I had to give a quality rating, I'd say above par. Definitely better than say any cafeteria food I ever got at a school for sure, and maybe on par with most buffets I'd been to. And so, you know, and I remember on the Norwegian Jewel, the restaurants, the proper restaurants, the sit down places, those were good. Like, they all had good food. Again, not amazing, not stupendous, but good. Oh, hey, it's Ramen Alley!
Yeah. I'm trying to cycle through the videos on the GoPro and the stuff I saved on my phone.
Yeah. Oh man, Ramen Alley.
And this is a better view of the restaurant we actually ate in.
Oh yeah, nice. And so, sorry, spaced. And so the food on the Norwegian Jewel was pretty good to even to great. On this one, however, the food was not good. It wasn't bad, except for some dishes which were just downright horrendous. But for the most part, and by the way, this is the Hokkaido, that's the Sapporo radio tower.
This is the TV tower in Sapporo.
TV tower.
It's so where you see a lot of these park shots, that is Odori Park, which is kind of in the center of town. It stretches between the TV tower on one side and the city hall on the other. It's where they have their snowman making festival in February.
Aw. Man, I want to go to that so bad.
Put it on the to-do list.
Actually, that being said, I'll go into it later.
And these are the parfaits we ended up settling for.
Yeah. Oh my God. Wait. Hold on. Wait. The video is not. The bitrate dropped. Damn you, internet! Stop being a total little bitch for like 5 minutes. I swear to God.
I think the problem is I'm streaming twice over.
Well, yeah, but no, even like it's being a little bitch. But I love these awesome parfaits that Japan does. And the Shime parfait or Yoru parfait, depending on which terminology you want to use, they look like this, and they're so good. And these ones were good too, but let me tell you, the ones at the places we specifically went to in our first year were even better. They were tremendous. They were remarkable. They were insane stuff. So that's why when we say like,
I might be able to go ahead and just make that easier for all of us and just show you. Oh, I didn't sort my 2023 photos. All right, I know what's in here, but it'll take me a second. All right, hold on. This is us at Kyoto, so I think... Ah, shit, it's not sorted by date.
Damn it, man.
I know. I've spent literally all day today sorting out all of the 2024 videos, and then I went, oh, hey, look, I have the 2023 stuff right here. Only to now realize it's not sorted. None of it's sorted.
That's all pretty sorted.
All right, I'm looking at this is us at the TV tower. So is it not even linked chronologically? Okay, hold on. Here we go. Where? Pull it up.
Ah, yep,
Yeah,
there
so
it is.
so the one I was looking for was Strawberry Sweet Feelings, but this is, yeah, Japanese pear parfait.
Yeah. These things, oh my god. I can't even begin to tell you how cool they are and how fast they make them. Like, it's you sit down and you're like, I'll take this, please. And then 4 minutes later, this pops up and it's like, God damn. I've waited 4 minutes for somebody to scoop ice cream into a bowl and hand it to me, and these motherfuckers got this shit down?
There it is.
Look at this insanity.
And the name for this one was funny. Yeah, it's Strawberry's Excited Feelings.
Yes, strawberry. The names are a part of the meal.
Yeah, they even come out and read you the ingredients.
Yeah. They also ask you not to take. I think they ask you to not take pictures of the menu. Yeah.
It's of the
You
menu, and isn't it also them making it?
Maybe. You are allowed to take pictures of the restaurant inside, though.
Yeah, but it's like very much a hole in the wall. It was on the second floor, taking up probably all of maybe 500 square feet.
Although when we say hole in the wall, we should note it's gorgeous. It's a gorgeous little. These little restaurants look amazing on the inside.
This is us getting back from Sapporo that night, and this is the ship parked in essentially what is a parking lot next to a windmill. So there wasn't much to see. But hey, if you want to see what the ship looked like at night,
yes. Yeah, I really did. I always enjoy myself in Hokkaido. I will admit, this was a hectic, kind of frustrating trip there. I wish we could have spent more time just enjoying Sapporo more, without having to worry about getting back so early, because it felt like we barely got to do anything after we got there.
yeah, I guess if we were to go back, we'd have to just spend a month at Kaido and then a month in Tokyo.
Oh my god, I would absolutely kill for that.
Well, to not bury the lead, the next day was us pulling into Hakodate, and that time we pulled up to little fanfare, but I think it was like we woke up and the ship was already there. No, we woke up and we got to see the ship. So, I started with the most stunning view, but what happened was the ship came in from this side. What this is a peninsula ending in a mountain, and the city kind of just stretches the distance between the mountain and the mainland being Hokkaido. So what we woke up to was the ship actually passing around Mount Hakodate to dock over here. I actually zoom in on it later in the video.
Yeah, this place is fucking gorgeous, by the way.
Yeah.
BT dub, FYI. Like, good lord.
And so this is obviously the observatory they put on top of the mountain, and it's like 5 stories. It has its own restaurant, several gift shops, and then another 2 stories of overlook, where just you can count the people getting selfies.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not upset about it. It's funny. Everyone's trying to get a fucking selfie.
Us included.
Yep. We look fucking cute. I'm glad.
And that's the shirt I took from Stefan.
Wait, you took Stefan's? Wait, what?
Well, so as many of you already know, a good portion of the team has now moved to California, and thus we had to clean out some of the office space. And part of the office was a costume closet, rather large. It was 2 portable ones put together. And I just took out a shirt and just went, "This is an okay shirt. Is this anybody's?" And then Stefan was right there and went, "Oh yeah, that's mine." Maybe it was like a Left Behind from Unabridged filming, and he just went, "I don't think it will fit me anymore. If you want it, you can take it." And I just went, "You know what? I think this will fit me. I will take it."
And so you took his shirt
Yes, I took the shirt
right off of his rack.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, so there's the Quantum of the Seas right here. Oh, it's gone. But all told, beautiful city. I think I have another one here that is pretty evocative. Let's see here. This one. So I started at the end, really, because the last place we went to was the observatory on top of the mountain. But we got there because we took a bus from the boat to get to Hakodate Station, which is kind of in the heart of the city, if you're looking at the span of it. And what we did from there was take a tram over to the neighborhood that kind of sat right up against the mountain, had lunch there, walked around, found this adorable park, and after walking through a small zoo,
we found Kid Country.
Indeed.
Oh, is it not?
No, hold on. I set it up, but then I forgot I was looking at the wrong page. Yeah. I have 3 file explorers open on top of everything else. Be patient with me. All right, now this one I will play with the sound on because it's kind of funny. It's not the best shot because I couldn't zoom in, or else you get the fisheye effect.
There it is. So, hold on, before you play. So we came upon something called Kid Country, or Kotomo no Kuni. And the entire idea is that it's just this little miniature theme park in the middle of a park where you can get tickets to ride some rides, do some cute little things. I think there's like a little silly haunted house there as well, and it's basically just a little place where moms can take their kids.
Yeah, actually, this ride sits on top of the haunted house. It's in this building right here,
which I love that. And yeah, so the entire thing is it's mostly just for kids and their parents. And I was like, hey, this is really neat, but look at that rocket thing over there, that tower with all the what would you call that?
I think they're rockets.
They're kind of rockets. I forget what that type of ride is called. It's not a Helter Skelter. But yeah, I was looking over there and I was seeing that. I'm like, man, I wish that thing were running, and it was running. And the moment I saw it pick up, my eyes went wide, and I was like, I've got to ride that now. I've got to get on that thing.
All right, now let's let the next bit play with no narration, mostly because the way I have this on OBS, if you talk, you'll be heard twice over.
Gotcha.
Let's all watch Scott do something silly. Quinn didn't want to go because he was afraid he wouldn't fit. The addendum that we both walked up there and then we're told we need to buy a ticket because, you know, that makes perfect sense. And I don't say that with any hint of sarcasm. But then when it came to actually buying the ticket, I said, no, I don't want to go. So enjoy this GoPro. So now we're going to have footage of him on the thing and footage of me idly waving. Where'd he get the pinwheel? Scott, you're going to have to answer these questions when you review this footage for editing. I have to admit, when I first saw this thing, I thought it was going to swing a bit faster, but go figure. It's a children's ride. I shouldn't expect the world. Oh, look. American children. I don't speak well enough Japanese to be a big help here. Koto se no kumi. This guy goes on for a while.
Alrighty, you can talk again.
So the funny thing about that, I was talking with her about while I was on the oh god, no, I can hear myself.
Yep, no,
Ah,
I didn't mute the audio capture yet. I missed my cue.
When I was on there, I was talking with the lady down there about like, yeah, we're on the cruise, the ship that's over there, and this is where I've been, this is where I'm going, and it was nice. She was very friendly. Also, I felt like I had to explain why this adult American male was on this thing in the first place. And I was like, I'm just having fun. Like we're just out here goofing.
Yeah, that was the first highlight of Hakodate so far. Though the soba we had in that neighborhood, it was at a local restaurant. No other tourist had bumped into there yet, but it was a pretty good lunch, all things considered, at least compared to the food we were having on the boat.
Yeah, it was really funny though, because on the way out, I bumped my head something fierce on the frame of the door, because Japan is not built for people who are 6 feet or taller. It just is not. And it was really a bit of a karmic retribution there, because, and I didn't tease him much for this, but Quinn bumped his head a lot the first time around.
3 times, most of them in Kyoto.
Yeah, and I had yet to bump my head on a trip to Japan, and this is when it happened, and oof.
And it was, the thing was, I had missed it. I was walking in front of him, saw it, and ducked.
Yeah, and the worst part was, like, I didn't hit that hard, but I hit hard enough that it shook the door frame, like, loud enough for everyone to look over to me. And she was like, the person who was serving us was like, oh my gosh, are you all right? And I'm like, I'm fine. Daijoubu desu. Watashi wa baka desu. And then I just waved it off, and I'm like, oh god, okay, that's what it feels like.
Yeah, we ended up having, I think the itinerary went the smoothest at Hakodate, because I knew from what I wanted most on that stop was to see the sunset behind the city and to see the city light up in the shadow of the mountain. But unfortunately, I knew from the get-go that the ship was leaving at 6, and sunset wasn't until 6:20, 6:30. So I knew that wasn't happening, but I was able to at least accurately plan out. We get to the station about this time. It takes us this time to get to this neighborhood to have lunch, and then we can kind of snake our way around this park, which I didn't know until we walked through it had a zoo and a children's park in it. That was a fun surprise. But then we walked through that area, chilled out for a bit, walked up to a shrine, chilled out for a bit, walked over to this overlook, which gives you as good as a view that you're going to get of the city unless you go up to the mountain observatory. And it was utterly peaceful. There was no one else there. Like, aside, it wasn't until we got to the observatory that we were really running into other people from the boat. Okay, apparently we stopped at this corner for a while. Oh, this is like 20 minutes of B-roll. Okay. Yeah, this would have been great for a travel log, not good for just background narration. Let's see here. Let's try...
I'm surprised we didn't get more video of the shrine.
I got a lot of it on my phone. Like, let's see. That's just the torii at the front, but you can the shrine's right there. It is next to those giants.
Oh man, you know what? Shoot, we should have coordinated. I should have sent you all of the footage I had on my phone.
I was going to ask earlier today, but I figured that was going to be too much footage to transfer in just a couple hours.
I know I should have done it yesterday.
Yeah, no. I'm honestly, the fact that I never got the footage of you on the rocket ship, I feel like is a big missed out. Okay, this is us on top. This is the stack shot of the overlook, and this is the same place I took the video from. Hi, me.
Hi, Dr. Nick.
Okay, hold on. I think I've got... Is this from the same area? Okay, no, this is from the small, like, pavilion overlooking the park. Oh, and this is our soba lunch.
Damn you, video. Why are you like this?
I think this cost us less than 2,000 yen a person.
Yeah.
Oh, and this is a better shot of what it looked like to see stuff from our room. A lot of this continually flaked off onto our balcony the entire trip. And of course, ruined any view of the sky. But hey, still a good view if you just, you know, ignore the top third. And yeah, so this is the ship going around Mount Hakodate. This is the whole mountain right here. Where is that panning shot? Yeah, another shot of the torii. Huh, I could have sworn I got like a full video of the shrine.
Yeah, it might have been with your phone.
Oh, there it is. Well, this is from the park, but this is... I remember definitely getting a shot where it's like, name of the city, then the city.
Yeah. Hakodate, honestly, I don't know if I'd stay in Hakodate for a while, but it was a wonderful place to visit for a day. I could possibly see doing it for a second day. Maybe check out some of its other, like, you know, other sites. Maybe getting more video and stuff. It's gorgeous.
I would definitely love to be on the mountain when the sun sets, so I feel like that would at least demand staying overnight.
Fair enough.
All right. And this is a better walk, and this is a better view of just the observatory itself. I walked around the top part.
I have a feeling not a lot of people talk about Hakodate.
I don't want to call it like a gem, a hidden gem, because it's where the northbound Shinkansen ends at Shin Hakodate Station. That's when you switch to a local train. So it's not like it's this city of like 250,000 people is so unknown. But right. I feel like it's one of those places that captures a lot of the mystique of Japan on a smaller scale that just hasn't been flooded with tourists yet. They're there, case in point, but not to an obnoxious degree.
Yeah, I mean, they're there, but they're much more limited because there's just no huge pull. Like the modern Japan that most people talk about, that's not Hakodate. Hakodate is like, hey, would you like to see what kind of rural Japan can look like without it being in the fucking boonies?
Without having to drive a car. I also just like this shot of the harbor. Like, I got a bit of it when we were on the first platform, but if I turn the camera right, do it. Yeah, just seeing all the ships in the harbor. Like over a dozen of them, I think. And our massive fucking thing. Our boat. I mean, our boat. Oh, and I found the video of the shrine. Hold on. I think this is it. Oh, okay. No, that's the same thing.
It was really funny though because I was taking a lot of pictures when I was out there in Tokyo when I was alone. I was taking pictures and I was taking video and I was uploading them and I'm like, God, this place is gorgeous. And I remember I took one picture of the like a government building set against a gorgeous lake in front like a government building in front of a gorgeous lake next to essentially like a small forest in front of a city, in front of a skyline with a bunch of skyscrapers. And I was like, wow, like this is, I love this place. It's so gorgeous. And somebody on fucking Twitter made some remark like, Scott, it's just a city. We have those too. And I'm like, I will fucking end you, okay? I will destroy you. Fuck off.
And yet none of the cities seem to inspire this sense of awe from me. So there's that.
I mean, look, there is some authenticity to Thing Japan. I mean, I've seen it. It does happen. But people need to stop being, like, dicks about it when people are like, hey, actually, Japan does have stuff that's really fucking cool. Also, you know what the difference between Japanese cities and our cities are? They're fucking walkable.
Yeah, like after we got into the neighborhood, we were able to walk from that initial station to the restaurant we got lunch, to the park, then to the gondola that took us up to the mountain.
Yeah. Amazing stuff.
A few more parting shots of the city while we ride up this gondola.
Won't lie, the gondola ride, while a little annoying just because of like how it was all set up and like the music going on and it got a little droning. The site itself was unbelievable.
Yeah, that's why I have the video muted.
Yeah. Oh, no, wait, no, turn it up. They need to hear.
Okay, all right, be quiet. Oh, and I still have this muted.
下车门在行进方向的。まもなく山頂駅に到着いたします。降り口は進行方向に向かいまして右側です。降りる際は段差などお足元にご注意ください。
We will soon arrive at the summit station. The exit will be on the right side as you face the direction of travel. Please be careful as it may shake when stopped. Also, please watch your step when getting off the ropeway.
So, it's Spirit Away music.
Wait, Spirited Away?
Yeah, it's the same theme they play several times in the movie. That same... I already got it wrong.
I wonder if they were allowed to do that.
Who knows? Anyway, we'll go through this one more time, but I'll pull up the get out of my way selfie stick. The different photos we took while we were there. Oh, whoopsie. Oh, this is from Akita. Why am I pulling this up?
I don't know. Why are you? What's wrong with you?
I don't know. All right. Oh, another funny thing. So I don't know if I got a real photo of it, but over here is a local airport, at least big enough to service 2-engine, probably 2-row seaters. When the planes come into approach, they fly lower than the observatory, so you're essentially having planes fly at eye level or under you as they are coming into land, which I thought was neat. Better shot of the open ocean. The breakers on this side got pretty big.
Dragon Ball The Breakers? Oh,
look, the moon. And then I play with my phone's light balance. But enough about that. We get back to the Hakodate station so we can take the free bus back to the ship. That's the observatory as viewed from the ground. Same shot, different angle.
Ah, gorgeous.
Back on the boat.
Back on the boat.
And see, this is the shot I wanted to get from the mountain, but we were leaving too early for that.
Yeah. Would have been nice.
Oh, and the sunset was gorgeous. Just enough clouds to add some extra dimension to the colors.
Amazing stuff. Absolutely stellar.
This is the shot I wanted. This is the shot I got. I tried a bit hard. The problem is, it's my phone camera. I don't think just can keep up with what I would want out of it. Panoramic.
Oh God, that's so funny. The panoramic shot.
Yeah, because I got this from up where the flow rider is, so it does look like a weirdly skewed deck. That's got to be closer to the mark.
Hey, was your deck got such a bend in it?
And if we had waited another 30 minutes, we could have watched a movie from this view.
Yeah, they were showing bad movies the entire time.
Dune was one of them.
Bad movies.
You fucking bitch. And so here's where we finally see the first, a nice part of traveling by sea in Japan is that we got a goodbye party. All the people parking here either worked at the dock or just come to wave us off. Moon. There we go. What am I doing? Oh, I'm waving while recording. Oh, Lord. That's a terrible idea. What the hell was I thinking?
Oh my God.
There we go. Okay, that's a bit better.
It looks like it looks like a robot is holding it, but it's like stuck on a motion. Like it's repeating over and over.
Mm. So a nice little, a couple dozen people coming in, waving goodbye. It was nice. I waved goodbye to them. Oh, I forgot about this. So they have archery in the Seaplex sometimes, but it is like, we give you a weak bow, the arrow has a giant, like, puff ball on the end of it.
Yeah, I can't say I was a fan.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Better shot of you trying, though. Wait, you just had your headphones tucked in your neck? That probably didn't help.
I mean, it didn't exactly hurt.
That kid is dangerously close.
Yeah, well, that's because the parent was like, hey, why don't you go wait for him to put the bow down, even though I just picked it up? Like, hey, fucking stop. I barely got to use it at all, and this kid is like, I want it. And I'm like, God damn it.
All you have to do is just, oh, my arm twitched.
And then shoot him in the head.
Yeah, I mean, it's a suction cup. How much can it hurt?
I get him in the eye, blind him. Well, that's...
I mean, if you get him right in the eye, the suction cup would just go all around the socket. Perfect seal. You just have to worry about taking it off. Yeah, and there's the gesture. Can I play now?
Yep.
And he runs into the target, trips and falls. Some night shots. Whoop. Thought we had one of the moon. Alright, anyway, so that was Hakodate. Probably spent too much time on that city, but I liked it. So, that got us to Akita, where we barely got off the boat. There wasn't a lot in the city that caught our eye or fancy. But they did have a nice opening ceremony, which I will run while you talk about your thing.
Okay, so... on the boat, they have a bunch of pools. And obviously, I love pools because I love swimming. And I was hoping that, hey... We weren't able to use the pools in the first cruise that we went on because it was way too cold and they only had the outdoor pool. On this one, they had an indoor one. And I was like, cool. Awesome. I'm definitely doing it this time. No excuses. So we go. We use the indoor pool. It's fine.
The ones in the
honestly.
solarium that I walked by in one of
The
these.
solarium.
Yes. Adults
And-
only area.
And it was fine. We might have gone back, except there was one small issue that immediately became apparent. I got athlete's foot immediately. Immediately got athlete's foot. And so when we got to Akita, the first thing I did was find anywhere that would have antifungal cream. I found a store that was nearby and went there and had to look up the Japanese word for antifungal cream. Don't ask me what it is. I don't remember. But yeah, just that was the only reason I even left the boat, because otherwise there was nothing to do in Akita. And I'm not trying to like talk shit about Akita. I'm sure there might be things to do there, but there was like nothing we could find on the there's just nothing that popped up on the maps. It's like, yeah, it's just a small little town. I don't even think it's small. Isn't it? Isn't Akita big?
I don't know the metrics.
Yeah.
I mean, they were big enough to have their own cruise terminal and welcome party like this, so I feel like it's not an insignificant city. It's just when we were looking at the shore excursions and looking what was... And the problem is, if we wanted to get to, like, just the central station, we were going to have to fork up, I think, $10 per person. Unlike Hakodate, where the bus was free, and unlike Muroran, where we definitely wanted to get to Sapporo. So, to take a bus into a city where we didn't even know if there was something we wanted to do, one we had to pay for, just didn't seem worth it. And at the same time, when we wanted to make this a travel log, I hadn't gotten any real B-roll of the ship yet. So that's why you see a lot of this Akita stuff around me when I'm taking outdoor footage of the boat.
Yeah.
But they had a nice opening ceremony. Got to wake up to taiko drums and flutes. But we did have a fancy dinner that night.
Oh, was that the night we had the fancy dinner?
It was. So we had I probably don't want this running in the background, even if it's muted. Let's see here.
Okay, so you know how I said that the food on the ship not all that good? Well, there were at least one or two places where like the restaurants were actually above par. The magic, the Wonderland one that was like Alice in Wonderland themed was okay. They tried to do some clever stuff with the food. Honestly, it was all just more show, like no substance.
Yeah, you had to paint water on your menu to make it appear.
Oh, that's so cool. Anyway, and I should also note, we had a package which meant like we didn't have to pay for these specific meals.
Yes, we had 5 like meals at specialty restaurants that are essentially already paid for as part of our package.
Yeah, and so one of the nights we had, what was it called? The dinners, the
chef's table.
Chef's table, yeah, it was chef's table. And yeah, the entire idea is you basically just get a ton of people at one large table. You have the chef come in and explain each dish that's going to be served. There's also a what do you call that? Not an announcer.
Sommelier, which kind of served two purposes of pouring the wine, introducing it, and then also kind of serving as the maitre d'.
Maitre d', thank you. And yeah, it was nice. It was pleasant.
Yes, it was I think 6-course meal, each with a wine pairing. First we had
Of course, this was after I stopped drinking, so it's like, this is all really neat. I'm not gonna drink any of it, but this is neat.
Yeah, you'll see what I did was kind of, they poured a drink, they gave us a dish, I ate the dish, drank the drink, moving on. And I try to keep the glasses where they were, so you can just see each wine move down the list. This was lobster tail. This was some sort of fish with crispy skin. The problem is I have the chef's menu around here somewhere, but I forgot where I put my scrapbook.
Damn you, Twitch! You.
And this was the main course, which was steak with red wine and roasted garlic. The red wine I did not finish, as you will see, and the dessert dish, which unfortunately the dessert, the same one you'd get at Wonderland, which is it's a chocolate shell. You pour sauce on it, the shell melts, and you get kind of like a, I think an inverse volcano cake, where it's the sauce on the outside and there's a brownie in the middle.
Yeah. And yeah, quite frankly, uninspired.
Yeah, hold on. What if I play this in quick order? Boop, 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 boop. The fucking one with the carpaccio fucks it up, but it's like you can see if you just look at the wine glass. Boop, 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 boop. Sorry, I'm amused.
Yeah, I appreciate what they were trying to do, but the fact that one, like, their big dessert was one that you just get at one of the other restaurants was like, ooh, that's a little disappointing. Also, I got the absolute fucking worst creme brulee I've ever had in my life.
Oh,
and
God, yeah.
I know that's a bougie fucking thing to say, by the way. I recognize that 90% of this is incredibly bougie. Most people never get to go on a cruise in their life, and here I'm complaining about the food. But no, for serious though, if you've ever had creme brulee, if you were a fan of creme brulee, you'd slap whoever made this. It was the fucking worst.
It was burnt and chewy.
Yeah, and the custard itself was basically like drinkable.
Yeah. But anyway, we did get a nice goodbye ceremony, which I thought was neat. Taiko drums back. So what they did here is these three things here are masts that are strung with lanterns instead of like canvas. And what they did was they had three teams holding up the mast just by the bottom down here. And it was almost like a contest. They did like a relay race thing where if one person got tired of holding the mast up, they'd switch out. And the idea was they try to keep the mast straight until the boat left. I wonder, did I get footage of them actually holding it up? Oh, hold on, they're saying goodbye. Here we go. Yeah, I got this is what it looked like, where one person was holding up the whole thing. And all three of them together, it looked like the sails of a large ship. Ah, go back. I just thought it was neat.
I'm just thinking. I can't do the voice anymore. Used to be able to do a closer Marge. I can't now.
All right, and then that got us to a day at sea where virtually nothing happened. And then after that, we ended up at Shimizu and Mount Fuji. And this is the only actual shore excursion we bought from the cruise line, was a trip to a shrine dedicated to Mount Fuji and then the nearby heritage site dedicated to Mount Fuji. Let's see. And this one definitely had the flashiest entrance of them all because apparently the Queen of the Seas was the largest ship that had docked at that port. So they decided to throw a party that lasted the whole day.
Yeah, it was a mini festival.
Yeah. So yeah, this was the Port Authority building, and then this entire field was filled with tents and stages for the festival. And so even if you didn't have anything to do, like there was a mall over here with a small park, like an actual, you can see the Ferris wheel up there, but you had plenty to do right here, even if you didn't have a shore excursion or wanted to explore any more of the city. Because you also, I'll show you some of the pictures later, you also already had a good view of Mount Fuji just from here. We just happened to get a bit closer. Ooh, this went on for 30 minutes. Hold on. So what happened was an elementary school class came in and kind of did a little band performance for us.
And it was so cute. And they were playing a bunch of anime songs.
Okay, you can just hear her start talking right about here. You can talk, by the way. You're just going to have to compete with the video audio.
No. I mean, ultimately, they like, you know, they're kids playing music. It's not good, but like, it's cute. It's fun. I'm really glad we got to be part of that. Just genuinely great stuff. The whole festival thing was such a cool idea, and I'm really glad that like they did that. Oh,
Yeah.
sounds. Oh, is that true? Apparently, sound like different sounds will travel at different speeds, which is why when you're far away, the music's going to sound worse. Maybe that is part of it. Oh shit! Yo, that's. Hey, it's Kinemori. That's Yama. Oh my God, Yama. Ah! Ah! They knew Gotaku would be on the ship. Yes.
Except when they were doing this, I believe you were in the room.
Wait, no, I was watching, I watched it for a little bit and then I sat down in the room. Because, like, I wasn't going to just stand out there and, like, listen to the music the whole time. We had the door open. I was able to hear it.
I recorded this for 33 minutes.
I mean, yes, you did. You recorded a lot of things. By the way, Yama is my best friend. They're awesome. I actually saw them in Japan when I was there. That's Kinobori-kun in the chat. But yeah, the little festival that they had at Shimizu was amazing. I loved that. Honestly, that and going to Fuji. By the way, like Fuji. Oh my God, we got so many good shots of Fuji while we were there.
Yeah, let's go ahead. We can. I do have part of the bus trip to get to the shrine. Let's see here. And then we had a tour guide with us too.
Yes, which I've never gone with the tour guide before, so that was really neat.
And also the foothills of city's residential area.
Oh, that is such a. Oh wow, that's a pretty good shot, honestly.
Until the fucking highway barrier came in. There we go. Now it's gone.
Kinobori-kun in the chat. Now we need to get you to climb Fuji. No.
You were gonna run a marathon, climb a mountain.
I'm going to walk a marathon, a fucking 5K, which is basically nothing.
What if I climbed the mountain with you?
Oh, so we could both die.
What a way to go. I feel like if we couldn't see, I mean, you got to see it later because you stayed later in the year, but I feel like if you're not going to see Mount Fuji snow-capped, I feel like having it with a cloud layer forming around it is kind of a good compromise.
It definitely feels like she's wearing, like, she's got a clothes on right now. She's all dressed up for us.
Yeah, because the thing is, what happens is in the morning, when the sky is relatively clear, you can see Fuji clearly. But usually, because of the moist air coming in from the sea, it smacks into the mountain, gets forced up, condenses, and you'll almost inevitably end up with a cloud layer around the mountain. So that's what you end up getting later. Sorry, the problem is we got into her halfway through, and I don't want to butcher her speech. Let's see, did I get any good shots? Ooh, I like that. I wish I had a slower time lapse going. We can kind of see the mountain stay still while the rest of the scenery flies by.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, this one's pointed away from the mountain.
Scott, we have plenty of marathons here. I can train you. Hey, look, I would like to be able to walk and maybe jog longer distances, so... Yeah, we'll talk about it.
Run with Yama, climb a mountain with me. It's only fair.
Yeah, because when I move to San Diego later this year, I will be close to Yama Kinobori-kun.
All right. So the bus arrived close to the Heritage Museum, but we ended up going to the shrine first. So this was the walk up to the shrine. Tourists in full swing, mostly because a good portion of them came from the ship.
Damn tourists! I love going to Japan. If it weren't for the tourists.
Yeah, that's a running theme for this whole thing.
Yeah, I hate to say it. One of the biggest issues that I'm currently finding with visiting Japan, and yes, I know this is a little bit hypocritical, and I'm part of the problem technically, is that there's so many people now. The tourism is. They're starting to use the word over-tourism, and also they're running programs to get more tourists. So it's like, okay, which is it? Is there too much tourism, or is there not enough tourism? I don't know.
A good portion of our economy subsists on you people coming, but you're coming too often to this one specific place, and it's becoming a problem.
It is true that, unfortunately, most Americans will basically go to the same place every single fucking time. Which means a lot of those busier areas are inundated with people to the point where it's a bit troublesome now.
Yeah, we'll get some of that when we pull up the Kyoto footage.
Oh yeah.
I already see that we are nearing the hour-and-a-half mark, and we haven't even finished the cruise segment yet, so we are going to have to pick up the pace.
Yeah, we could probably it would probably serve us to speed up a little bit. You're right.
All right, let's see. I think I got footage of you praying at the shrine. I would like to at least put that in. Didn't even take his headphones off.
I don't have my headphones on.
Yes, you do. Right here.
They're on?
Yeah, look, when you turn around, you see them clearly. Right there.
You mean around my neck?
Yes.
What about it?
There are bags right there, and I also don't understand why you had them on this trip at all.
Because I like to put on my headphones when I'm out, like, just chilling out. What? Why are you like this? Why am I getting so mad at me for having my headphones with me? It's just comfortable.
Hold on, I'm translating something. I can see it's related to Nihongo, but I can't get the rest.
Yeah, Yama actually speaks Japanese. But Scott can understand a little bit of Japanese, so it's okay.
Yeah, I got that.
Be more respectful of the shrines. I must do anything.
He was so respectful, he blew out his mic, saying how respectful he was. But now he's tying up a, I think, slight misfortune.
Yeah. I was like, nope, don't want the slight misfortune. You get that shit out of my life.
Just tied around any old fortune. They're all bad.
Oh, but I had to, like, I was trying to find a place where I could. It was packed,
So many bad fortunes.
right? This is how 2025 happened.
Alright, one more video of the shrine grounds, and then we will move on.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so peaceful.
All right, this was around like the some of the greenery they had around the shrine.
Yeah, the front part has the actual temple grounds, even the part cordoned off that you couldn't see, but I think there was a wedding going on, so we got a little peek-see. But yeah, behind it, a lot of lush greenery. Love the stream.
That could be a little higher quality.
Lots of ducks, some greenery. Dodging a spider, like right about here I dodged a spider web. Very big spider on it. It's not happy. Oh,
So
wait.
many goddamn spiders.
Right
I'll
here,
tell you
too.
what.
And this is us going from the shrine back towards the Heritage Museum. Get out of my way.
Orb weavers are awesome and terrifying. Yeah, they really are. Like, I'm not
Coming
even
out
being
here and speaking truth.
I'm not even being ironic, by the way. Like, my view on spiders has come around. They still terrify the living shit out of me, but they're also really fucking cool. They also terrify the shit out of me.
You know, I think if we edited together a massive compilation video, we could do like a ramplonk.
A what?
The channel that does a lot of walking around Japan footage, where it's just a guy with camera walking. Good background material for stuff.
Honestly, we probably could. I love doing that sort of shit. I love watching that sort of shit. I actually thought about doing some of that while I was out there. One of my favorite things to watch, actually, is just little videos of Ramblong. Yeah, oh yeah. Yama's shown me them from time to time. I just forget the name. I love videos of like people walking around Japan, like at night or during the snow or during the rain, and also some people make videos of like, hey, taking this train going here, like an overnight train or the luxury train and stuff like that. Oh, okay. Is that the heritage site?
This is this was the torii that was by the front with, you know, selfie mountain in the back. I like this one. Tasteful. This is the full one, which has the inverted cone and the mirror effect, which looks like Fuji. Obviously, the intention. So the idea here with there are several exhibits in the museum that are structured more conventionally, but the main feature is there is a spiral path that goes up the inside of the cone, and in it are several smaller exhibits which talk about the history of the mountain, its cultural significance, its religious significance, until you get to the top, where you get a good observation deck looking out at the mountain.
Yes.
And this is one of my better time lapses because I was able to just put the camera on a surface instead of holding it in my hand.
Man. Also, it was really funny while I was here. I ended up like talking to a couple of different people, because I was like, "Sumimasen, toire wa doko desu ka?" to one of the assistants, and she started engaging me in Japanese, like, because I unfortunately kept setting myself up for failure, because I'd be like, "Sumimasen, kore wa doko like, I'd be like, "Where's this?" or "What is this?" something like that, and I have phrases in my head which I've gotten down, but I can't speak Japanese proper. And my listening is still like, I'm still really working on my listening. And so I would start off with a bunch of people out there, and then they would immediately switch to just solid Japanese, and I'd have to tell them, wait, no, sorry, I don't actually speak it very well. I'm gonna need English. And yeah, I had to kind of like stop myself and slowly just like realize, no, I've got to actually come in here and act like I don't know what I'm saying, or that I'm struggling a little bit more, because that's the only way that I'm going to properly communicate.
And so by this point, by the time I got to the observation deck, we'd lost the top of the mountain to the clouds.
Yeah, unfortunately. Like, for so long, we had so many like great shots of it without like all the clouds around it, but by the time we got there, yeah, it basically, she had covered up. She was being more modest.
Yeah, and this is a shot of the festival from ground level. Our room was like right about here, but this is where the whole thing laid out. Hundreds of people here. Unfortunately, we had our shore excursion while they were doing the taiko drum demonstration, but we got back in time for I forget the name of the dance, but it's the fans and the circle. We were kind of slowly pacing around the center.
Oh yeah, I actually don't know the name of that.
Oh.
We had kakigori while we were there too, which is basically shaved ice, flavored shaved ice. It's delicious.
They were very encouraging to have tourists join in.
Yes.
We did not.
Yes.
But the thing is, this went on all day, and then even into the night when they started having to people, like they wanted people to get on board the ship. So this was one of the shots of the party after we got back on board.
Yeah, no, this shit was a lot of fun. Just watching it, listening to it. So there was a small problem. Specifically with leaving.
Yeah, I mean, I can pull up the timestamps. I did specifically try to get. We were scheduled to leave at about 8, I think. We did not leave at 8.
Yeah. No, it was 7.
Well, we were scheduled to leave at 7, then I guess we must have left at 8.
Yeah. We were scheduled to leave at 7, maybe 7:30, but the problem was there were shore excursions being handled by the boat, right?
Yeah,
Meaning,
by the cruise line.
Meaning that if anybody got back, like if anybody was out by the time that the boat was supposed to leave, the boat could not leave, because the boat itself, like the service, like they were like, yeah, we're the ones who, like, they were responsible for getting people back on the ship essentially. So we couldn't leave until they got those people back, and so we're just as you know, as we hit the time we're supposed to leave and we're going over it, we're just waving out to the people. We're telling them, oh, you know, bye, thank you so much, and everyone's like waving, and then 5 minutes go past the time we're supposed to kick off, and then 5 more minutes, and then they finally did get there, but like even then, you know, it was more time and more time and more time as we're just sitting there.
It was very familiar. It was a familiar experience in Seattle, just not having to have we're not responsible for it, because even the crowd applauded when the group showed up.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of similar, only in that like we're waiting for people to get on, except, you know, the boat's not gonna leave until they get there. The boat would have left without my ass.
But here's my second favorite part of this video. Let's
Oh, yeah.
right about...
Now, before I did this, I actually asked beforehand.
Oh, we can hear you. Someone got to show off to the locals.
Yeah, I was very happy with that. I was so happy with that. Like the fact that I got a pop from the audience. What I said was, "We love you" or "I love you, Shimizu."
And then I kept filming for another 10 minutes until we got right about here. So this was definitely the best welcome and departure ceremony we've gotten by far. Like, not just because they had the festival, but because there's at least 100, if not 200 people down there waving goodbye. Hundreds, even.
You know what's a little unfortunate?
Those poor unfortunate souls.
Those poor unfortunate souls. I was gonna say I can't hear the stream volume in Discord.
Oh, you don't get any of the audio?
No.
That's unfortunate. I actually can fix that, I think. Somehow.
Somehow.
Oh, share audio. It's just a checkbox.
Okay, cool.
Do you want me to play the moment you said I love you, Shimizu, again?
No. We're good.
So they also did this in Akita, but we left when the sun was still up. But as the ship was pulling away, we gave them a few blasts of the horn, and then they... Oh, yep, I knew it.
I will say, on the stream for our Discord, I'm hearing Zenkai Power Lo-Fi remix.
Oh, is that... oh, it's muted on OBS. Hold on, I can fix that. There.
There we go. Awesome.
Yeah. The streamers weren't hearing it. The streamers, the viewers weren't.
Okay, good. Now I'm glad I can hear the stream now. This is great. Awesome.
And the horn blasted. Oh, and we actually got to ride that Ferris wheel. So when we came back, it was about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and then so we had an early dinner at the mall and then rode the Ferris wheel while the sun was still up, and that's how we got... Well, no, we didn't take that picture from there. We actually took it on the dock heading towards the mall, but we got this shot. Pull it up. Ah, there we go. And I think this is the best shot I took of the entire trip.
God, that is good though.
I made it my album cover. But that's Shimizu, and that is essentially the end of the trip, because, well, end of the cruise, because after that, we got to Yokohama, and they wanted us off that boat fast. No welcome ceremony. We just woke up and we were there. So this was really the only interesting footage I got of Yokohama, and that was from the ship's cafeteria. So in one of these is all of our stuff. Oh, here, right, it's in here. But yeah, you're essentially herded like cattle through this hangar, and then herded into like 5 different lines, 2 of which you have to pay for to get on a bus, the rest of which are either free buses that will take you to Yokohama Station, but you have to wait for 2 hours, or take another line and get a taxi that will take you anywhere a taxi will take you, but then pay the normal fare. So I ended up paying $200 converted into yen to get us to our hotel, which honestly worth it, because otherwise I'd feel like the sun would have set by the time the bus would have gotten us there. But then after that, we went to Harajuku and walked around Takashita Street.
Yes. Which, man, being back in Harajuku, it's always something. Like, it's so busy. There's so much to do. There's so much to see. And there's nothing wrong with taking the back streets.
And that's the most interesting part is, like, yeah, if you walk down that street, it is just shoulder to shoulder. You're going to be with a whole bunch of people. They're in public, so I can film them. But if you go just a couple of buildings off to the side, the traffic just suddenly bleeds off into nowhere. And it feels like you're with just another dozen people in the street. This is the only time I actually brought my arm up to film. The people aren't that short. And yes, that is a cafe filled with miniature pigs.
I want to go to one of the miniature pig ones one day.
Yeah, we walked by. There were like 3 of them we passed by just in our journey without having to look for them.
I don't want to go to one of the otter ones. Apparently the otter ones aren't too ethical.
And not even a street like this is immune from graffiti. Fisheye lens is back. I don't even know what setting I changed between that and the last one. And you can see the street food.
Also, there's so Japan has been overtaken by places with candied strawberries, and I don't understand it. Apparently, it's big in Korea too.
Oh, okay. This is when we were trying to look for Mother's basement because we had actually talked about hanging out with him that day.
Jeff Thu? Mother's basement?
Yes.
Funny enough, I actually ended up seeing Sonic 3 with him. He hadn't even seen Sonic 1 or 2, I think. Or he had? No, he had. I'm pretty sure he had.
And this was the clearest shot I got of the Hachiko statue. By the way, I've gone to Shibuya now.
Yeah.
So yeah, most of that day was dropping our stuff at the hotel, going to see Jeff, ended up eating a meal at the Jujutsu Kaisen Zero Cafe, which okay food, annoying music.
Yeah, oh yeah. So the Jujutsu Kaisen Zero Cafe. The entire idea is that it's a cafe based around Jujutsu Kaisen Zero, the movie. And they have a bunch of cute little pieces of art and merchandise all throughout. You can get these cute little cards. But the main thing is that they have the trailers playing on a bunch of TVs on the walls, and the trailer just it's these 4 different videos, and they just repeat. And the trailer's full of screaming.
Yeah, about 8 minutes of footage looped continuously. We were there, maybe an hour? And I was ready to go insane. I have the patience of the people that work there must be immense, or they're wearing earplugs. And so actually between this year and last year, the 2023 trip, that was the best shot I got of Hachiko and kind of the Shibuya scramble, because this time I was there and they'd actually made like a queue for photos. So I'm like, I will not interrupt the queue, but I'm definitely getting a clear side shot while I've got it, because that went for several people deep. Yeah, all those people were lined up. So, didn't get a selfie with Hachiko, but I at least got a picture, which I consider worth it. And then also to give you guys a little bit of a sample of what we were trying to do during the trip. Yeah, so pretty much every night, unless absolutely nothing happened that day, we try to film just a daily recap. But we had a GoPro mic, and we were kind of freestyling it, so that's why that's all you'll see of that.
Yeah, it didn't come out the way I wanted to. The audio didn't sound great. At the end of the day, it just,
Play. There. So while I'm walking to Tokyo Tower, so this was actually a day where Scott and I had split up for the most part. I went to the Eastern Gardens of the Imperial Palace in kind of central Tokyo, and then after that, just around the late afternoon, just in time to watch the sunset, I went over to Tokyo Tower. Now, I'd already seen the sunset from inside the tower on the observation deck, and what I wanted this time around was to get a time lapse of the tower lighting up as the sunset, especially since today was overcast anyway, so I wasn't really going to get a good shot of the sun. Trying to pull up photos of Tokyo to see if there was something. Oh yeah, these were the cards we got from the cafe.
Oh yeah.
I got Gojo, and then gave it away.
Everyone, I'm sure everyone. I know everyone wants Gojo.
But I'm the one that was lucky enough to get him. The marshmallows on this drink was made a bit too sweet for my taste. Oh yeah, that's the one I traded for the panda, only because I felt like I can't appreciate the Gojo card. You all want Gojo, someone else can have the Gojo card.
Right.
Well, oh, was it? No, I definitely ordered the blue drink. Someone else ordered this.
I think that might have been me.
Hmm.
I mean, that is something I would absolutely get.
Where's the picture of the food?
Did we not take pictures of the food?
We must have.
It would be like this though.
Oh yeah, we also stopped at a gacha shop, arcade. I don't know what you'd call that.
Yeah, Yazzie, Jeff's. Oh gosh, I can't remember.
Careful now. Oh, and that was the other Me Pig Cafe we walked by.
I can't remember if she's his girlfriend or...
Oh yeah, we also went to Joypolis that night. Lord, how could I forget that?
So, yeah, Joypolis and not Joyopolis, which for way too long I thought it was Joyopolis, and I feel like a dumbass.
Okay, don't know why I filmed that. Oh, okay, and so this net is here for a reason, because this is an indoor roller coaster that does a full inversion.
Yup.
We did not get to ride it this time around, but Scott, the lucky bastard, came back and during his longer trip and was able to ride it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of Halloween decorations. And there's a lovely cafe in the building that gives you this view from Odaiba looking back out to the city. Got the Rainbow Bridge
gorgeous.
right here.
It's fucking gorgeous.
Closer to the Rainbow Bridge.
There's so many goddamn gorgeous
So this
stuff.
is something we actually got to ride in.
Yes, okay, so this is the Transformers ride, and look how this motherfucker moved while you were inside of it.
Yeah, you get a full 360 degree of motion.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that to happen. Come on. I believe in you.
Well, you can see how it's built. It's on its own ring, and the ring's attached to a post. I don't think I got a full inversion.
Oh, yeah, no, you go upside down in that bitch.
Yeah, I think... really? I didn't even get to tilt it. What a terrible shot.
Damn, man.
Oh, and then this is us just back on the Odaiba line. I know it's not called that. Why did I shoot this? What happened here? I think my phone was just on.
I don't know.
I can't even move. Yeah, that was the last thing I shot that day, huh? So we ended up going on a couple different rides because if you go in late enough in the day, you can get a combination ticket and then a pass to go on 2 different rides. And the place is just full of indoor attractions. Some of them are more theatrical. Others are like that roller coaster, or you kind of saw it in that same video, a half pipe that you're swinging across.
Yeah, honestly, they're very cool.
More background. This is after I had visited the East Gardens and was going to Tokyo Station to head towards Tokyo Tower. Did I get the full... Okay, so I crossed the moat, crossed the street. Okay, yeah, no, I went all the way. Because I remember right here at the end, a girl asked if she could talk to me for 15 minutes. I went, no, I'm busy. Hey, he looks white. Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, I would have done that. Shit.
I had places to be. I had a very strict schedule.
Is that Tokyo Station?
It is.
Ah!
I just...
I mean, look.
And this is what it looks like inside Tokyo Station.
The inside of Tokyo Station looks so cool.
A very, very, mid-century look.
I love it. I fucking love Tokyo Station. I mean, it's a little bit big and a little bit busy and kind of a nightmare. And,
Well, you know there's a hotel in there.
Wait, there's a hotel in Tokyo
Yeah.
Station? Huh.
I'm not sure if it's still managed by JR, but yeah, it's in the front facade. You get kind of the same aesthetic in your room.
Neat. I'll have to look into that someday. I would definitely make a video about staying at the Tokyo Station Hotel. Fuck yeah.
I think we've been beaten to the punch on that, but I don't disagree.
I don't care. I'm not here to make new content. I'm here to make the content I want to make.
I think it's also a bit pricey. I mean, obviously, you're in the center of the city.
Yeah.
And this is, I just stuck the GoPro against the window while we were going. Because the thing about the line that mainly services Odaiba is that because Odaiba is an artificial island, it's an above-ground train. So you get much better views of the city as it's going around. But unfortunately, I didn't get a good shot of the... was it just a Ghibli clock, or was it specifically themed to...
Yeah, no, the Miyazaki clock.
Ah, okay.
Which hold on. Actually, I did get video of that. I'm gonna send that to you real quick, because yes. So in Odaiba, there and I can't exactly remember precisely where it is. Miyazaki himself was asked to come in and build essentially design a clock that would go off. I think it was every 15 minutes, maybe. Or not, I'm sorry, not every 15 minutes. Every hour at the 15... I can't remember.
It goes off at certain periods of time.
Yes.
Also, if you're going to send it to me, send it through Discord, because it's easier to pull up.
I am. Is it... I don't know if it's sending. Phone, are you sending it? I think it's sending it.
Fingers crossed. Oh, there it is. All right.
Okay, good.
No. Over here. Green terraces. Those must be a pain to water.
Yeah, they probably have automatic sprayers that go off.
All right, open file. Well, it's not a good watch. It's not a good clock to tell time by.
Not with the performances going on, no.
It's like, damn it, what time is it? Just tell me!
They're trying to fix the clock so they can tell you the time.
loops almost perfectly.
Yeah, I have a full, like, a longer video. I sent you the one that I uploaded to Blue Sky, just, you know, because it was gonna be way quicker. But yeah, I've got a much longer video of basically the entire thing. Oh God,
It's the time lapse.
I know.
So the fun thing about this is that it's like it is a minute walk from Tokyo Tower, and there was so few people here. Like, I don't know if there's enough room in the shot for it, but there was a couple playing badminton just to the bottom of the frame. It was very calm. Unfortunately, I got a low enough angle that these people didn't fucking ruin the shot.
Hooray.
Again, other tourists. Yeah, see, this was the worst one. And then they moved. Oh yeah, you can see them, right there. On the bottom left. Now I think that's playing catch. Where are they playing catch? Could have sworn they were playing badminton. Maybe the badminton people come later. I'm more people watching right now than watching the tower.
I mean, yeah, there's the tower. You can see it.
There were 2 life-size Gundams in Tokyo, and now currently there's 1.
I missed the big one.
I actually have that footage in here.
Nice.
Yeah, we filmed the big one back in 2023 before they closed the exhibit. And then there's the one outside, oh my gosh, Diver City, the Diver City Mall. That one is still there. Let's see if I can't find the footage we have of the old one.
Diver City. The funny thing about it being called Diver City is Odaiba. Diver is Daiba. So Odaiba sounds like basically Big Diver. Also, it's an island, and, like, you know, there's people who actually go diving around that area, so it's funny. It's funny, isn't it? It's funny.
We'll just say it is. I probably should have filmed the time lapse at a faster rate. I had it set to auto at this point.
By the way, so at Tokyo Tower, which we went up Tokyo Tower. We didn't do it this time, but we did it the last time we went, 2023. Tokyo Tower is not quite as cool, I feel like, as hip, as popular as it used to be. It's not quite the place to be anymore. And they've been trying a lot to get people back to it, to kind of make it more interesting. And you know, some of it's been good, some of it's
They
not
put
exactly.
they put a Joyopolis in the bottom part of the tower.
They put a poor facsimile of a Joyopolis at the bottom of the tower.
Yeah. It's
And,
a lot of you wear this VR goggles and we do stuff to you.
Yeah, and you and I did not go. Wait,
We did not.
No,
I went
yeah.
inside and looked, and after that fun time we had at Joypolis the night before, I thought about it, but then didn't.
yes. And so while I was there, I did go back and I gave it a try with my boyfriend, Gavin, who was there with me for a couple of weeks while we were out there. And let me fucking tell you, it sucks. It's not good.
And this is from 2023, by the way. This exhibit is now closed.
Yes, it's gone. We got to see the Gundam before it left.
And this
so
is
big.
honestly the far more impressive one, because the one that they say is life-size in front of Diver City is, like, just slightly 2 stories tall.
Yeah, people call that life size. I'm like,
It's like, I don't remember the Unicorn Gundam looking that small in the show.
yeah, I'm curious about that.
It's like, if the Unicorn Gundam is that small, then all the mobile suits were downscaled by a lot after the 1-year war.
Right?
So the thing about this is that you do have to buy a specific ticket to be up here in these 2 spots, and unfortunately those were pre-sold out by the time we got there that day.
Oh yeah, I was so sad. I wanted to so badly, and we couldn't.
Kaiser is Polly.
Yes, I am Polly.
We have to put that tagline in every time you mention this.
Yeah, every time I mention my boyfriend, I have to stop for a second and be like, by the way, I'm polyamorous, and then move forward. I'm not mad about it. It's just
yes,
funny.
you have done nothing wrong. It's just we have noticed every time he brings it up, there's someone that comes in and says, "Wait, aren't you married?"
Yeah, it's very funny to me. That's all.
The thing about this one is that when they do the steps, there is such a kick in the ground that it feels like it's actually stepping instead of kind of pantomiming.
Big steppy.
If I'd actually been holding the camera, I probably would have shook my hand, not to exaggerate the fact, but because it was actually that powerful.
Don't worry, you don't have to apologize.
Oh, Ronald Lee, thank you for the $250 donation to WalkMS.
Oh hey,
That
thank
gets
you
it.
so
That
much.
soars us right over $4,500.
Woo! Thank you. It's with your help that we're able to raise so much money. Thank you so much.
I do remember this went on for 8 minutes.
Yeah, it does go on for a bit.
So, it's impressive. But unfortunately,
Yeah.
time... So here's the Unicorn Gundam. Currently in its deployed mode, or the NTD mode.
Yeah.
Slightly glowing psycho frame, but not that spectacular until the sun sets.
I'm sort of curious.
It did... The Gundam dock did close down. That footage was from 2023. Sorry, you were saying?
Unicorn Gundam height. Okay. 19 meters. Which,
I mean, I
wait,
guess that does look like 19 meters, but boy, does that... I just feel like if I picked one of these people up and put it by its cockpit, they'd look too big.
comparing the cockpit size. Banana for reference.
Oh, I mean, that's where the human is. Alrighty, that's enough of October 16th. October 17th, we got to go to TeamLabs Borderless, and boy, do I have a lot of footage of that. Let's just play it in chronological order.
People are much smaller in the future.
That I'd buy. So the whole thing about TeamLabs is that it's a very kind of avant-garde visual and physical art museum. TeamLabs Planets is a popular installation in Odaiba, and we went to that in 2023. This one opened up in February 2024, so I'm like, okay, I gotta go see it. TeamLabs Planets was such a great time. I wanted to go see this. And the whole kind of concept here is that the art moves about the space. So you have kind of smaller specific exhibits where things are more locked in, but the area that connects them all is just a bunch of walls with projected artwork that moves about the space. So you can just pick a spot anywhere and sit, and you'll see the art change in front of you, which kind of helps you spend a lot more time here than I think you'd spend at Planets. Is it easy to get lost? It is. Fortunately, there are exit signs if you are desperate to leave.
Yes. Yeah. Getting lost. Yeah. We did get turned around like again, you can use the signs to get out. It's not that hard, but you can in fact get lost.
I think specifically, like, because we went to another exhibit in Osaka that TeamLabs also does, and they give you a map to that one. This one specifically, they say, we are not going to give you a map. Part of the concept is you explore. But yes, you do get lost pretty much on purpose. So I think if we keep going with this video, we do end up in the central area. Yeah, this one looked like a bit of a motion video. Sorry, the whole stream should honestly have just been us at the Borderless Museum, but there's so much to cover. I'm trying to see. So you also, another one of the pieces that moves about the space is this kind of spirit parade, which I mentioned.
By the way,
yeah, go ahead.
Which, by the way, keep this spirit parade in mind because it will come back later.
Oh, and okay, here's another good one where you get there's this wide open room that you're not allowed to walk that deep into, but if you stand at a certain precipice, it immerses you in the entire experience. But this is not that room. This is the rock room, where it's not currently lit up, but there is a large kind of, let's see, I think I have a better photo of it. Where's the rock?
Rocky Rec Room.
Now, this is me sitting on the rock. And it's hard to sit on the rock. You usually have to brace yourself with your foot. For example, right when we were about to leave, Scott just so easily and effortlessly slid off the rock. And I tried to follow.
Did not work.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
Landed hard on my foot.
Did not work.
All right. And so one of the exhibits was the Bubble Universe. Which, if you like orbs, boy, we got them.
Consult these orbs, my magic friends.
So they like doing this the most, where the floor and the walls are mirrors, and you get the illusion of an infinite space. But then they also just float a bunch of balls.
Honestly, it looks even better on the video because now that you're not looking with your own two eyes, it's even easier just kind of to be like mystified by the amount of orbs around you.
Oh yeah, and then if you get just the right perspective, you get people taking selfies.
Yeah.
But of course, the biggest rule is don't touch the balls.
Keep your hands off these balls.
But we got the closest we got to a meme photo right about here. I forced him to take that photo. Of all the stupid shit we did, that's the one I'll take full responsibility for.
Why did we take that photo?
I thought it was mimetic and I was wrong.
That would be perfect for the thumbnail.
I mean, if we only did one video, you know it would have been a better photo.
I do, though. By the way, I have to say, there's a big surprise in this thread, this stream coming up, and I can't wait for it. I know a lot of people are probably going to tune out by the time we get to it, and that'll make me sad. I'm gonna have to like refresh people on Blue Sky. Yo, come in, because like when we get to Osaka, shit's gonna pop off. I assure you.
Oh, okay. So one thing I forgot to mention that kind of irked me when we started this experience was if you paid attention in the earlier footage, you would have noticed I have a handle for the GoPro. It's a battery extension, and it also helps me hold the thing. The problem is when we walked up here and I took it out of my bag because they give you a locker to store your stuff in. An attendant saw me with it and it's like, okay, no, camera okay, that has to go. Because they already said no selfie sticks. That I got. But this thing doesn't extend. So I tried to explain that, but just pretty much got the Consuela, no. So I put it away. And so I have to, like, pinch it between my fingers, this square GoPro. And while it was manageable, I think this footage would have looked a bit better if I didn't just have to rely on my hand trembling to hold it. Yeah. But then we go in here and I see no less than 2 people with selfie sticks and 1 person with the same fucking GoPro attachment I was trying to bring in, holding it. So I'm like, okay, the fuck? I guess all I've learned here is that now I need to smuggle whatever I want in here, and you're not going to stop me.
Honestly.
But that's enough of the bubble universe. Let's see. This one. I like this one. They had this one in Planets too, but I feel like they were able to do a much better 3-dimensional effect in this room instead of the one they have in Planets. And this one is another mirrored room with a bunch of LED strands in it.
It's neat.
Reezy asking how much this trip cost. All told, it did end up going upwards of $11,000 to $12,000. The cruise itself cost, I want to say, $6,000. And then I could have gone cheaper on the hotels, chose not to.
We saved up a lot for this. I must say. We
Yeah,
saved up
I'm
for a
still
while.
paying it off.
Yeah.
I'm near the end of it, but I'm still paying it off.
This was not just money we had lying around.
Yeah, and this corner of the room does the best of the 3D effect. Oh, I'm sorry, it's gorgeous, but we can't stay. We just can't. We ain't got that kind of time. So then they have a tea shop in the museum. And what they do is after they seat you, because it is too dark for you to find your own goddamn seat. I don't say that with any hint of sarcasm. They serve you your tea, and once the tea is put on the counter, a projection overhead starts putting flowers begin to blossom in your tea. And what happens is once you remove the cup, the petals that have accumulated scatter, and you end up giving this as the room brightens, you can kind of see the flowers begin to scatter in the effect.
Did we not get a good video of that?
Well, I think I just set the GoPro on the table to try and get the people next to us doing it, because we hadn't even gotten our tea yet. Let's see here. Here's a good one of that.
Awesome.
So I'm still not sure how exactly they tell the difference between whether your teacup is there or if it's not. Because it must have something to do with temperature, because you can block it with your hand. I think I example some of this later on. Adjusting the light balance. And then I put it back. And another flower comes in.
Yeah. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, I could spend a whole nother hour going after this footage, but I think I'll end it with my favorite room, which was another side exhibit Memory of Topography, where once you walk into the room, you're surrounded by these metal poles, and if you look up, it's like you're underwater looking at the bottom of lily pads with a scene projected on them. And you get mirrors on either side, so you have a somewhat infinite effect. But as you go up, you're actually gently going uphill until you turn the corner at the crest of the hill. And I've paced it wrong. Almost there.
Yeah,
Almost there.
Almost.
Yeah, and so at this point, I'm completely distracted by the projection above us, and I thought that was what all that was going to be. But then you turn the corner, and you
Not
see...
Still a bit.
No, we're here.
Okay, yeah. All right.
It turns into kind of like a field of wheat. And these aren't like the metal poles we were dodging earlier. They're somewhat flexible. So while you can choose to go down one of these paths that are kind of already in the floor, you can walk through them too. And on top of that, the projections will change. So it currently has this yellow goldish look, but it changes to red, and then on our way out, it changed to blue.
Yeah,
So
it's really impressive, really cool stuff.
I wonder how much of this, like, did I film myself kind of brushing them around? Yes, I did.
Good.
Yeah, so this place is full of great exhibits, but this was my favorite one, if only because of just like the value when you turn that corner.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'd say my favorite one personally was the what'd you call it? Honestly, it's kind of difficult. I definitely liked the marching, the spirit parade. That was it. Yeah, I really liked the spirit parade personally. That was one of my favorite bits.
And then after that, we went to Shibuya. We tried to go up Shibuya Sky, didn't realize you needed tickets, and all the tickets were sold out, so we went to a nearby building, and then I got this time lapse. And that was the 17th. The 18th was us going to Shinjuku, and I think the standout thing there was I got to try and film a time lapse from the observatory, the free to access, which was a change of pace, observatory deck from the Tokyo Metropolitan Building. But while we were there, I saw an ad that every night they just project stuff on the side of the building. So, for example, they did a Pac-Man one that went, and like this was just one segment of it, but you had this that went on for what? Didn't I film this? Hold on.
No, remember that was the one that's now.
No,
lost.
but I filmed each one with my phone. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, good.
I wish I turned my phone sideways, but I do get the whole building in this shot.
No, this is way better.
So the one thing I would say is that they do this from like 7, they do this just a little after sunset to I think 10 at night, and I think by then most of the office lights will have been turned off, at which point I think the projection does look a bit better. Because you got to see them do the same kind of thing for New Year's, and it did look like a better picture.
That was wild.
Was it in this same park area? I never asked.
Yes. Wait, actually, no. It was. I think it was on the opposite. No, it was on the opposite side. Imagine actually playing it. Yeah, right.
Honestly, I don't think I do very well because of those lights on the windows. I'd lose track of Pac-Man so quickly. Now, they also had one for Godzilla twice over, but somebody didn't want to go back to Shinjuku to film it for me after I left.
I'm sorry.
So what they did was have like a 15-minute show where it starts with that, because that was their kind of headline for the month, I think. And then after that, they played a bunch of other skits animated on the side of the building.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the end of Tokyo. Now let's
That
go
was
over-
the end of Tokyo.
Yep. So then we went to Fushimi Inari, where, boy, dear things.
Oh boy.
Okay, so sorry, I skipped a day here. We went to Kyoto, and then kind of chilled out the rest of that day, because that took up most of the day to go from Tokyo to Kyoto. And this was the next day when we had our first full day in Kyoto, where I'm going to climb Fushimi Inari. I want to see the sunset, and this is what we're doing. So we climbed Fushimi Inari, but the problem is Fushimi Inari being like the most notable place in Kyoto, especially for torii gates, it's fucking packed always. But fortunately, because it's also a mountain, not a lot of people want to climb 160 meters worth of stairs.
No, we need to go that way. Okay. Right and up. Right and up? Yes.
So I called this one "Damn Instagrammers," all caps.
Oh, you might hear me get a little rude on this one. Sorry.
Turn up the volume.
Motherfucker. We need to go up here. Up there? Yes. But everyone's just using it for the downward route.
Okay, so no.
Okay, no, this is when we were complaining, though.
It's like, excuse me, thousands of people here to visit a shrine. I need to take a selfie for clout.
I'm putting that in a fucking video.
I filmed some of it. So if nothing else, she's getting her shot online somehow.
Yeah, that was us complaining about a person that was in our way.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Don't fucking do that.
So I did skip, like, this was the entrance to the shrine at proper. And as you can see, even in that initial level, the crowd had already thinned out a bit. So this is, okay, at this point, I feel like we're probably about 40 meters up. The crowd has definitely dispersed. And now it's just a whole bunch of goddamn stairs.
So much stairs.
You can hear me breathing.
Yeah, I won't lie.
We were not in the best of shape. And then there's this asshole. And his friend.
These damn kids.
Alright, so after probably, I think, about 80 meters worth of stairs, we get to the first overlook. You can hear me breathing still. And also, a thing to know about Fushimi Inari, because the mountain itself is sacred, there is one bathroom and one trash can at the start of the path. After that, you better hold it both ways.
Yeah, actually, speaking of, and again, this is a little embarrassing on my end. Leading up to the actual Fushimi Inari, oh my god, that's still so fucking gorgeous. Leading up to the big walk, to all these torii gates and the long walk up the mountain, there's a like whole city. There's a whole like little town full of shops and stuff that are selling delicious looking treats and things. And I thought to myself, damn it, I don't know if I'm going to be back here. I want to try some of the stuff that they have. So I actually got myself this insane looking candy or ice cream bar. It was a green tea ice cream bar that had like a green tea Kit Kat with a little bit of Azuki and like all this stuff all over it. It was so wild. The thing was, I wanted to get one and then enjoy it at a stop on the way up. There was no stop on the way up, and there were no trash cans. And so I had to, at some point, stop, stand to the side, eat it, and then I had the sticky ice cream trash in my hands, and no place to put it because I had forgotten to get a trash bag for my bag. Which, by the way, if you ever go to Japan, have a bag and have a trash bag that you can put in the bag. So I'm just like an idiot. I'm just walking around holding this plastic wrapper that is sticky and covered in ice cream gunk.
And then yeah, we walk by one of the... They have a few of these like way stations on the way up. And we stop, and they close pretty much at sunset, even though the shrine's open for 24 hours a day. And then you poked your head in one.
Yeah, and I said, "Gomibako wa, what was it? Gomibako wa arimasu ka?" Which is there a trash can? And she blatantly tells me, your trash is your own. Take it home with you." And I'm like, "Okay, well, awesome." And she said it in Japanese too. And so I'm like, all right, no, that's fair. I'm not offended. I'm an idiot. I'm the one in the wrong here. I'll take my trash home with me. And this woman to the side of me just says "kawaiso," which is essentially, "Oh, how pitiful." And so I keep walking with the trash in my hand. And finally, she comes up to me with a little trash bag and it's like, "Sumimasen, I'll take." And I almost cried. I was like, thank you so much for handling my dumb white ass."
Yeah. So what happened was that happened at the first outlook, and then a little climb later, you reach the second outlook, which has a much better view and a much wider kind of pavilion. It's where a few shops are set up, and you can apparently get soft serve. I saw a machine, but they were closed by the time we got there. And then you have a choice. There's one shrine that is up a flight of stairs and is kind of broken off from the circuit, but then there are two ways where if you go up one way and you go immediately up, you can get to the peak in probably about 20 minutes or so. Or you can go the other way, which leads to, this is essentially the other end of the circuit, where it takes a lot longer, but the initial path is flatter. And we had just already climbed 8 or so meters, probably closer to 100. And so I'm just like, I don't want to climb steps right now, but I want to keep moving. Let's take the longer path. And so we end up having this video taken, which I call Reread Maps Good.
Yeah. I do love this shrine in the evening. Like, it's definitely made for the morning and the evening, it feels like.
Oh yeah, and evenings where the cats come out.
They do, though. It's so good.
Sorry if you have to pee. And here's the map.
No, we're on the right path. The thing is, we're just going the long way. Scott, there's a sign right here. Yeah. We're here. We were here. So we're just going down the long way of the loop.
Wait, this is the wrong way of the loop?
Well, it's, yeah. I mean, we even showed that on the map, that the top of the mountain was on the right path.
Oh, so it's the top of the mountain.
It's right here. We're going this way. If we went back the way we came, we'd end up here.
Oh, yeah.
That's why this is the crossroads. Because see, there's the Takakayasa shrine.
Wait, that says it's 5 minutes from here.
5 minutes from here. Every step is a distance.
Every step is a distance.
People die when they're killed. But you get what I mean. It was like, it's 5 minutes from the last way station, not from your current position.
Yeah, it's just a funny statement, that's all. Every step is a distance.
Put it on a t-shirt. Alright, but eventually, after several more staircases, and old people passing us... Oh god, you can hear me heaving.
Yeah, I won't lie.
Yeah, we hung out at the top, not just because of its breadth of majesty, but also because we need to catch our breath. Give me some oxygen. Yeah, so that Fuji climb is a ways off.
Yeah, I know, right?
Looks like we made it.
I don't think we got any video of the cats, did we?
I mean, I may have gotten some incidental footage as we were going down the stairs, but I'm not sure if that... let's see. Running out of breath on night stairs. How about that one? If I'm going uphill, then no.
And that's probably gonna draw blood. What fun.
Oh, that's right. I, like,
Yep.
got my hand diced up.
Oh.
No, it's like... Oh, no, I know what happened. It was those... Right, these rocks right here. My shin clipped one of them, and it tore... Remember, we had to stop by the pharmacy afterward when we climbed down the mountain?
Oh, I do remember that.
Yeah. I got injured so much on this trip, guys. But we did... So this is the sunset on the first overlook again as we were climbing down.
This isn't the cell.
And then maybe here I got a good video of the cats. Oh yeah. So after we climbed down the mountain though, we also came across where's the photo? Yeah, this was at the entrance of a food court.
Oh yeah.
Which we did not see as we were walking up.
Yeah, so we were actually talking about like, hey, like, where do we want to grab some food? What do we want to do? And then suddenly we came across this like little food court area.
It had some good soba because oh, here, I even took a picture. It was tempura udon. Okay, so it wasn't soba. Ugh. Tempura udon with eel, rice, and melon soda.
That was your first time trying melon soda, wasn't it?
I can't remember if it was this or when I had the float at Nijo Castle.
Well, when was Nijo Castle?
It was the 21st? Yes, it was the 21st. So, speaking of that, let's see. I have a lot of footage here, but I might as well just cut to the chase. This was the best part of Nijo Castle, was the tea garden they had.
A little bit. Man, that was one of the most peaceful nights I think or peaceful times I couldn't believe it. Nobody wanted to sit outside. Everyone wanted to sit inside, and this was the seat that you got. Oh my god, my legs.
No, that's my leg.
Oh, is that your legs?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, it's amazing because this is the scenery you got if you sat outside.
I think it's
Like, it's gorgeous. It's beautiful. It was a beautiful day outside.
Yeah, it was like a kind of in the 60s. We were in the shade, and you have just this beautifully curated garden.
It's Nijo Castle, so Nijo Jiro. I said Nijijiro. Oh, Nijo. Oh, I heard you.
Oh, this is us discussing the pronunciation of what Nijo does translate into.
Yeah, I fucking, oh my god. The fact that nobody wanted to sit outside is
Yeah, there would be
mind-blowing to me.
people walking up that are just like, and then the staff would say, "Do you want to sit outside or inside?" There's your leg, and they would just go, "Either's fine," and they just went, "Well, here's outside, there's inside," and then they say, "Okay, inside." I'm just like, whatever.
Right?
And if you don't want to look at any of our legs, here's a more static shot of the garden.
I mean, if you're gonna deny them the goods.
Is that what you'd call them? Oh, yeah, no, that was beautiful. And that's where I had a melon soda float. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, all right. Yeah, I see what happened here. Yeah, we did Nijo Castle during the day, and then went to Fushimi Inari that evening. So that would be the second time I had melon soda.
Okay, yeah, because I remember that was I remembered that it was the first time you'd done it. The first time you'd had it was that trip. I couldn't remember where.
And there those two go inside, the fools.
Foolish fools.
And so, after this, okay, no, hold on, I'm seeing. Some of the stuff is laid out differently in two different files. But eventually, while in Kyoto, we came across a Buddhist temple.
Yeah, we were just looking. It was really funny because we were like, what do we do next? And I point over, is that a fucking is that like a temple?
Yeah, we were doing some shopping. We came out and just like, well, we're not hungry yet, but we're close enough to Kyoto Station that it's probably not worth trying to go somewhere too far afield before eating. And then we just went, that place, that looks like a large temple complex over there, and then we just went inside. Did not have to pay. There was a museum kind of dedicated to more specific aspects of the shrine off to the side that you would have to pay to go into, but it was closed anyway. So yeah, we just walked into this Buddhist, I think a Pure Land Buddhist temple. And we did it. That's not even the main gate. That was a side gate. And there's Kyoto Tower, looking like a cigarette. So I wish I could play the video in its full, but you're just going to have to enjoy some of this sped up footage. Because then I also have this time-lapse of the grounds. Or if you ignore the giant renovation spot in the middle, it looked quite nice, I think.
A lot of renovations going on in a lot of places we were.
Yeah, when you have a lot of old shit, it's bound to happen eventually.
Yeah. Not complaining. I'm just noting.
So, if you're willing to put your shoes in a bag, you can also walk inside. Yeah. Where you just get this beautiful carpentry.
Which, oh my god. Sorry, but the idea that I can just go here, sit down with my laptop, and do some work while I listen to music, insane. Utterly insane. We don't have anything like this in this country. What is wrong with us?
Well, we started building shit like this way too late. Ah, the Founders Hall. All right. Just to keep us moving at a good clip, the next day we actually split up again because Scott had a tooth problem. Yeah. So I went to Arashiyama, and first off, after another mountain climb that I think I ended up paying for near the end of the trip with a giant blister on my toe, I got to see some apes. Play the footage. Yeah, so you can't look them in the eye. You're not supposed to get within 6 feet of them, but they don't give a fuck. Like, they'll get within 6 feet of you if they want.
Yeah, like, it's really a do not approach them. A monkey.
Getting too close, buddy. Ruined my fucking shot.
Yeah, I won't lie. I'm really mad. Like, if I had to be mad about missing anything on this trip, I'm really, really upset that I wasn't able to do this with you.
And this was honestly the most spontaneous thing I did, because it was, that was the day I decided I was going to go to Arashiyama, but then I was looking around going like, I do not want to spend the whole day on this one street that is absolutely packed with tourists. So I just went, okay, what's around here? And then it said Monkey Park. I'm like, okay. It was only after I bought the ticket, though, that I realized, oh, I have to climb a fucking mountain to get up here.
That's how they get you. Do I have to climb a mountain to go up Arashiyama?
It didn't say it was on the mountain, just that it was near it. Yeah, and so also, in a case of in a lovely ironic twist, you have to go in the cage to feed the monkeys, and I noticed that one got really close to me, so I kind of bent the GoPro around, try not to scare it off.
Did you know that you should never, ever, 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 ever smile at a gorilla?
I never would, but now I know.
Yeah, just never smile at a gorilla, apparently.
That one didn't even want a treat, just sitting there. I think that person just stepped in monkey urine.
Bound to happen, honestly.
So I believe this is also a place where you can see them bathing in a hot spring if it was actually cold. But no monkeys in the water this time around.
Man, I miss Hit Monkey. That was a good show. I don't know if it's getting another season.
So though they just split up, but those three were like sitting on that ledge just watching people walk up. So it was kind of a like, who's the real exhibit here?
Right. Just wait for him in Rivals. I want Hit Monkey in Rivals. That'd be great.
So you can kind of contrast this from the Nara deer in the sense that you can like feed and pet the Nara deer as long as you're in the park. The fact that you have to be in a cage to give food to the monkeys, I think speaks volumes about the difference in how well they're tame.
Yeah.
Oh, but there is deer shit everywhere in Nara, yeah. If that was what you were trying to draw a link to, you're right. And then, just because I have it, one more video of the monkeys. This one filmed with my phone.
Look at these little friends. Curious smell. I do have to ask.
It wasn't offensive.
Yeah?
Oh, baby fell.
No!
Like, I feel it was the same level of musk that you got around the deer. Like, enough to you know that, oh yeah, a bunch of animals live here, but not enough to go, I want to leave.
Gotcha.
So after... Oh, okay, this is way out of order, but this was at Arashiyama Park after I had come down the mountain and done a bit more exploring. Because after I did the Monkey Park, I went to Tenryuji Temple, and then Tenryuji Temple is actually a bit redundant way of saying it, but Tenryuji has a kind of back entrance which goes right into the Arashiyama Bamboo Grove. So I walked through that to get to Arashiyama Park, and then I found this staircase that took me all the way back down to the river. And totally alone, if I fell off these stairs, no one would find my body.
Fun.
Thought that crossed my mind a couple of times until I finally got back into the park proper and came back to the river where they had boats. You could rent a boat and take it just a short ways downstream for, I'm honestly not sure why. It seems like a giant waste of money. But speaking of, taking a step back to Tenryuji, getting back to kind of the manicured garden. Honestly, each one of these videos could be played in its fullest, and I think everyone would get a lot out of it, but we're 3 hours into this, so...
Yeah.
Gonna have to be a precis.
Sorry.
The gardens for this temple. So the thing is, you could buy a ticket to either walk through the gardens or go through the temple. Now, the thing was, it seemed like the inside of the temple, while beautiful, was actually a lot similar to the Buddhist temple we were in the day prior, so I elected to just go through the gardens. And I was not disappointed. And then eventually I was able to go out the back of Tenryuji and walk through the bamboo grove. And I was able to shortcut the massive crowd that kind of leads up to this part of the neighborhood that I feel like you have to wade through just to get to this good view. But also, taking advantage of the fact that I'm so fucking tall compared to all these shorties, I could put my arm up and it almost looked like I was in there all alone. After this part, like right about here. There's my head. How do you think this tree feels? This one right here. It's like the one that doesn't fit.
Damn.
So the thing that I found funny in retrospect was I did try to go to the Bamboo Grove in 2023, but it was already at the end of a very long day, and I was tired, and I thought that this was going to be a path like tried to go up the mountain. So a part right about here, you can see the path fork off a bit. I got off on the fork, took a look around, filmed it, and went, okay, Bamboo Grove, let's go. What I didn't realize was if I had just walked another probably 500 feet down from that path, you're at the end of the grove, because the end of it's just right here, where you can take a left and get into Arashiyama Park. So just a thing I thought was funny. Oh, and then also a quick sidestep back into Tenryuji because they had a wishing well. And I still had some 1 yen coins, so I figured, why not?
Wishing well for all your well wishes.
And whiffed it. By a lot, but in my defense, I was holding a GoPro with one hand. Alright, and that's October 22nd to October 23rd, where we went to Osaka!
Osaka!
And this was the view from our room.
And this is where it's gonna get wild, y'all. By the way, yeah. That room was amazing.
We were on the 27th floor, I think?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Our hotel didn't even start until the 21st. And our hotel had a church in it. A 2-story stone church.
Insane stuff. And it was actually a relatively cheap room, all things considered.
It was $800 for 4 nights. Which I think, given the fact that it was sitting right on top of Namba Station and a 10-minute walk from downtown Bori, I do think was relatively cheap. Not inexpensive, but relatively cheap.
Right.
Alright, let's see here. Where... Okay, yeah, here is the church that was in our hotel. Like, that thing had... This whole hotel was definitely built for weddings.
Oh my god, that's a really good time skip.
Yeah, I just wish I'd noticed that the light in the TV got more reflective as the sun set. I would have tried to block them. Yeah, see, I realized the light right about
Oh yeah, there's the TV.
Yeah, no, it gets more as it gets darker, it gets more obvious. So there goes the light, but the TV's on the whole fucking time. Look, and there's the sun. And there it goes. Right next to the fucking TV. So, another time lapse ruined.
As taller people, did you feel like the room or bed were too small?
The room in Kyoto was too small.
Yes.
I hit my head getting into that room twice before I finally learned better. The Kyoto room was very lovely situated, but it was too damn small, especially for two people. Now, that being said, I never was in a bed where my feet, like, even as a 6'5" person, my feet did not dangle off the end. But unfortunately, when it comes to what our rooms looked like generally, aside from the videos we were taking in our hotel room each evening, Scott filmed that. But we did explore Downtown Bori that evening.
That way.
This is us right outside the Don Quixote where they have their oblong Ferris wheel, which we did ride that evening. That's coming
Oh
later.
yeah.
Stop coughing. It worked.
I love Osaka. It's got so much cool shit going on. A lot of really good food.
Oh, hold on. You can see it in the shot for once, right there. So,
The fan?
yeah. That fan I got because I filled out a survey about the first hotel in Tokyo. And I'm holding it in my hand right now as I wave myself. It definitely became my go-to thing to hold for gesturing. And also, because the humidity at that time of year was actually still pretty high, it was just nice to have to fan myself with. It was oddly sturdy for just a thing a hotel probably bought for like 200 yen a pop. But anyway, here's the Don Quixote Ferris wheel. So the whole thing is actually built like a... Oh. Yeah, it took me a minute to realize what she was asking. Even though I know that Shashin means photo.
Well, yeah, but you were wondering, oh wait, is there a problem with my camera, or...
Yeah, because I was holding the GoPro at the time. So yeah, you get locked into the chair like it's a normal ride. And then the whole thing... Do it. Do it. Do it now. Do it. Yeah. The whole thing turns around in the socket to get the exterior view. So it's not like a carriage. It's more like a
I wasn't
capsule.
expecting that either, so it was really cool.
Shashin for you. Like,
Oh, and now I comment on it.
I don't think we have that kind of time. We probably did. Well, you'd have to hand over your phone. Mine's in my other pocket.
So then we awkwardly So my goal during this ride was to watch this, because this fucker turns. He seems to turn, I would guess, at every 15 minutes. He looks one way, then he looks one way, essentially the cardinal directions. So my goal was to see him turn, because it felt like every time I looked at him, and then looked at him again, he'd already have turned. So I'm not immune to petty things.
If it turned back around at one point.
I don't, neither of us have tattoos, so we can't comment on their opinion on that.
Yeah. So, as far as I know from people who do have tattoos, who have been have been to Japan or live in Japan, most people will not give you shit about that. The thing that unfortunately is still true, though, is that when you go to public spaces like bathhouses, either you will have to cover them up if they're small enough to cover up with the little patches they give you, or they'll turn you away. Now, there are bathhouses in Japan, and they're becoming more popular, or at least more common, that will allow people with tattoos because they have realized that it isn't the 90s or the 80s anymore. People can just have tattoos now. It's not just the fucking Yakuza.
But we didn't have the confidence to try and make that point ourselves.
Yeah, I don't have. I don't know if I'd ever get a tattoo. I'm too picky. I'm too fickle. I'm way too fickle.
Ah, damn it! Look, look, right there. He's turning.
Yeah.
Sneaky bastard. And so also what we actually did was we went to the flagship Kura conveyor belt sushi place, which was just on the other side of it's like right about here, I think. And that's where we had dinner that night.
Now they say flagship Kura, but apparently that doesn't mean too much.
Yeah. I'm still gonna call it that.
Yeah, me neither. I've only been the first time.
It was a really good Kura though. Like,
It was.
Honestly, best Kura I think I've ever been to, and I've been to like 5 of them at this point.
Alrighty. And that is day 23, October 23rd, which gets us to October 24th. Not only my sister's birthday, who is actually the source of this fundraiser, helping support people living with MS. Donate now to see all the incentives we have on the donation page. Haha, there's my segue. But this day, we earmarked entirely for going to Universal Studios Japan. And
So this. Oh, go ahead.
no, you might have a better lead in than I do.
Okay, so back when we were planning, you know what? I'm going to start even earlier. In 2023, he and I went to Japan together over Halloween. We were in Tokyo at the time, and we were hoping to kind of do all the Halloween stuff you do in Tokyo.
Osaka.
Turns out, oh, were we in Osaka? Oh no,
Yeah,
we
we
were in
wanted to see
Osaka,
Halloween
yeah.
in Dontonbori.
Yeah. So yeah, to be fair, during that one, yeah, we were in Osaka for Halloween then. Wait, for 2023?
Yeah, 2023 we were in Osaka for Halloween because we
Okay.
ended up finding out that we had essentially experienced it in Sapporo instead because they did it on the
Right.
weekend.
You're right. Okay, so what had happened was we wanted to do Halloween stuff, but ultimately it was a little bit difficult to kind of like find out the times, the dates, and we didn't really get to do too much. One of the things that I did see though was that they were selling these kind of Mario and Luigi kigurumis, or kind of like low rent costumes. I actually wanted to buy them for Quinn and myself because I don't know if you know this, he's a foot taller than I am. So it was really just kind of lending itself with the height difference for him to be Luigi and me to be Mario. Thing was, Japanese costumes are kind of small for for Americans, and so we didn't end up actually buying them. But part of me lamented the fact that we weren't able to do it. So when this trip came around, there was a part of me that was kind of determined, like, you know what, I really would love to do that. You know, I'd love to get a costume and go out there as Mario and Luigi. You know, it was in my head, and I kind of wanted to do it. And then I think Jesse was the one who was like, well, I mean, you guys are going to Universal Studios, right? Why don't you, like, get the costumes and wear them there? Why don't we? Now, the thing about that, though, is we bought some really shitty costumes.
We bought Spirit Halloween stuff for the first pass.
Yeah. And let me tell you, those sucked. They were garbage. They were going to basically be destroyed by the time we, throughout the day, they were just going to fall apart, and they didn't look good in the first place. And I wasn't going to half-ass this. We were going to Universal Studios goddamn Japan. If we're going dressed as Mario and Luigi, we're gonna fucking sell that shit. So, I proposed a plan. We were gonna put together our own costumes. I went on Amazon and found the right overalls. I found a website, a store that sells these high quality, basically like prop quality hats. I bought us the shirts, and I bought us mustaches. And is this the first time it happened?
We haven't even reached the ticket gate yet, and someone has asked for a photo.
We don't even have the mustaches on yet. And somebody's already asking for a photo of us. Now, when I initially conceived, we initially conceived this idea of going as Mario and Luigi, there was a part of me that was thinking, oh man, wouldn't it be cool if a bunch of people were like, hey, let's get some pictures, like, or no, what if people like wanted to get pictures of us or with us? That would be so cool. That would be so neat. Like, I was thinking, yeah, there's probably gonna be like 1 or 2 people, maybe like 10 or maybe a couple dozen at most. Well,
there are a total of 40 videos in this file, which are all of us at the park. 6 of them I've just titled Random Photos with Strangers Part 1 through 6. And some of these are several gigs long, meaning the camera was on for 10 to 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, they were.
Yeah, and so like 5 people have taken photos with us without even having put our mustaches on or gotten into the park yet.
Yeah.
And now we've decided to put the mustaches on because we were already getting this much attention.
Yeah, we realized, this is only gonna ramp up from here. Let's get in full costume. Let's not waste any more time.
So let's go ahead and see what, let's see. Here's an example of us stopping for photos a bit further in.
Hold on, wait. Before we continue, we really should give the people a look at how we actually looked in our full costumes.
I have a couple of those, but it does jump a bit into the story. If you want to share the photos you have, that's better.
Didn't I send them to you?
It may just not be in my thingamajig.
Okay, yeah, because like...
we do have this one where you're almost out of frame.
Oh, gosh. Hold on, I will
There's also this one where I had you punching a Bowser. Never got a clean shot of that. Oh, hold on, that was a good one.
I'm trying to... Man, I fucking hate my...
While he looks for a photo, just enjoy this moment. This is actually us pretty close to the entrance of Nintendo Land. We had a timed entry pass, which is the only way to get into the land because it's so busy. So we had to wait for a specific time. While we waited, we wanted to take a selfie by the Nintendo Land sign, which we got. But then after that, someone wanted to take a photo, and then another person sees, oh, that person's taking a photo with that really good-looking Mario and Luigi. I'll take a photo after they're done. And then, being Japan, the queue forms on its own accord. We didn't ask anybody to stand there; they just queued up, and it got to the point where the staff complained twice.
Oh, they
2 separate times, people were trying to take photos with us, and us being nice, and also somewhat attention whores, accepted, only to, granted, 10 to 15 minutes later, have someone say, listen guys, great costume, you can't let this happen. And I'm just like, what do you expect me to do?
I never asked for this. I mean, we didn't ask for this, other than going there in banger costumes. People, I'm not bragging when I say people thought we were with the park.
Yeah. When we got a person to take a picture of us under the sign, he went, oh, you're not with the park?
Yeah, because they're like, why do you need people to take... Oh, you're not with the park. No, we weren't with the park. All the kids taking pictures with us was so fun.
Yeah, so this is actually just part 4 of those 6 videos, but they all looked very similar.
Some of those park employees probably thought you were with the park. It's very possible that some of them were like...
We did have, let's see here. Which one is it? I named these all pretty well, but there's 40 of them to look through.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Where's the
gonna be
one where
that
we
easy.
got candy?
Oh, yeah. So another thing was this was around Halloween, so they had their Halloween celebrations going on for Universal Studios Japan, which meant they like if you went in costume, some of the people on staff would give you candy.
Right here.
By the way, I am sending you a bunch of stuff.
Also, most of these shots are crooked because the GoPro is just sitting in my overall pocket.
Yeah.
So I apologize in advance. I did not intend for all this to be at a Dutch angle.
I'm not gonna say overall it's in a right.
Oh, and you were already doing the Mario Japanese accent, and I...
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
Wanted to all take pictures in the.
Mamma mia!
Skoshi Nihongo.
Happy Halloween.
And I dropped my candy on the fucking floor. I was mad about that for the rest of the day.
Yeah, you did.
It's like, it's the kind of hard candy I actually like. Ugh. But anyway, we ended up
Mario.
we ended up we ended up finally getting to the land at our scheduled time. And we ended up getting the wristbands that they sell separately but give you the opportunity to interact with a lot of stuff in the park. And obviously he ended up with the Mario band, I ended up with the Luigi band. Let's see here. It was us getting in line for the pipe photo that we got. There we go.
Wait, you can't show up at Disney in cosplay? What? Even on Halloween?
That's the wrong way, Mario.
And this is me failing at the accent, so I bailed.
Okay.
Hope you like that jingle. You'll be hearing it a lot. Nope, and people want to take photos again. We're by trash cans, people! Come on!
Slides out after, like...
Oh, I thought it's the tape, yep.
You struggled to get those things out of there. Okay.
We needed to get the gloves off. Oh my gosh, I see her here waiting to take a photo.
People were so psyched just to do that with us. And
It's
that
like,
is so cool.
come on, work with us. Hey, you got nails. Open this for me and you'll get your photo.
No. We're just cosplaying.
So yeah, it happened again. We finally we try to get in line to take, because they have a crew over here taking photos of people coming out of the trio of pipes under the sign. But then, as we were in line, fielding more picture requests, we realized, oh, we have our fast pass for the Mario Kart ride. Like it's 5 minutes away from lapsing. So after having this quick conversation with the attendant and another selfie, we get to rushing to Bowser's Castle. I've lost track of Mario already. Yeah, look at the lovely castle. We don't have time for this shit. Let's go!
Things are taking a while to send to you, I won't lie.
Well, it's upload and download both ways.
I don't know where the Koopa ride is from here.
So just enjoy the ambiance as we rush through these crowds. No time for selfies right now. Pay attention to this key right here as we pass it by. It'll be important later. I didn't see any Sonic merch, but there was definitely a lot of Harry Potter merch. There was a Harry Potter land that we had timed entry to, but, well, events got away from us.
I don't think there would have been any Sonic merch there. I'm not fucking around on the
I mean, you can buy it somewhere else and bring it into the park.
Oh, you meant like, if anyone...
Like, I doubt that person got their Uchiha cloak at the
honestly,
park.
oh my god, okay, look. Going there dressed as Sonic would also be a pretty big meme.
There's staff on the left if you want to ask them.
Yes, we got this fast pass. Let us in.
Okay.
I tried to do a jump there, regretted it.
Okay, after this we can like enjoy what all that is.
We know we walked by a lot of exciting things, but we didn't have the time. Got the timed entry checked in, and then we entered the first of like 4 lines.
Oh my god, so many lines, so fucking many lines.
Yeah, so we went right past the first one that was outside, breezed past the Bowser statue, and then quickly caught up to the line. Line number uno, Ichi. And I'd hate to bust through this really fast, but I do like, they did put a lot of set dressing into the line.
They did. Honestly, like, as much as there is line, so much of it is really cool stuff.
Yes, we've heard about the Dragon Ball Park. No, we have no plans of going to Saudi Arabia to enjoy it.
Right, I forgot about Saudi Arabia. Yeah, fuck that. I'm illegal there.
For 2 reasons. Look what you did to Boo!
Oh, boo-hoo.
So we go past the bookshelf staircase to enter line number 3. Or 2. No, 3. We skipped 1. Got our ticket scanned again. Switched out our cool hats for the tech visors, which have Mario's branding on them.
I'm wearing your merch. I don't like that. I'm wearing your merch.
And as we fill in the room, we get the intro cutscene. I don't know what to film.
Right?
I'll settle on that. So, to not spoil the ending, I wasn't able to film the ride proper because they immediately zeroed in on the GoPro, even though it was off, and said, put that away. And I went, okay, yep, I'll put it away.
You're not, unfortunately, you are just not allowed to film.
Not to mention, there was the complication of I could not film what was going on in the visor, and that was like 60% of the ride. Otherwise, it would just look like we were very slowly going through a very small set.
Yeah, also that.
Oh, another person wants to take photos with us. That's why I was covering up the camera.
Oh yeah, we were taking pictures in the line.
We already lost the hats, too, and the fact that people still want to take photos with us. Don't patronize us.
We're cute.
Yeah, just obviously, we're asking for the attention. We just didn't expect that much attention.
I hate to be that, like, oh, I'm wearing, like, I wore this outfit, but I didn't want this much attention.
It's like if you take a photo in a hospital bed and say, don't want to talk about it, but I'm fine.
Well, this isn't the attention I wanted.
Okay, yeah. So the thing is, you have there are four seats per cart. Each one has a steering wheel. The steering wheel gets linked to your visor. So ultimately, you're kind of driving alone, following the instructions and using your visor to aim and shoot at competitive racers in the track. All right, so after that intro cutscene, we had another line. But at the end of the staircase, at the end of that staircase, like the 3 flights of stairs, there is finally the carts. And then after that, we got to this part. This was after the ride.
Oh, of course. Hold on.
Of course, there was a gift shop at the end. But first...
I totally won that race. 190 coins. Best of the group. I beat him. I don't even know how many points did you get? 140. I beat him, but Luigi wins. Aces.
Small moan of pride for Luigi.
There we go, Luigi. I always believed in you.
So what happened after that was a couple of things. We did a bit of, let's see, do I have some park background I can have us running while I talk about this? Okay, here we go. So, essentially 2 things happened after that. One, we got in the virtual queue for Toad's Cafe, which ended up telling us, oh, we'll have room for you at 4 p.m. It is, I believe, just a little after noon.
Yeah.
So, we had some time to kill, and because of the way the timed entry works, not really allowed to leave this part of the park until we had finished all of our business here. You can't get back in after you leave. So that kind of stunk, because honestly, this part of the land just isn't that big. And to anyone wondering, Donkey Kong Country was not open yet. We got here in October of 2024. Donkey Kong Country did not open until December of 2024.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So, I have a little bit of footage of us looking at the giant brick facade they put up to block access to what became Donkey Kong Country. But for the moment, all that was really here was 2 rides, the Mario Kart and the Yoshi's Adventure, 2 different gift shops, maybe even 3, and then 2 food outlets. And then on top of that, and here's another photo, there was also a mini game, or several mini games that went throughout the land that involved collecting keys. And if you got all 3 keys, you could do a side thing called like a Bowser Jr.
Oh yeah,
attack.
Bowser Jr. is. Oh god, yeah.
Misadventure. It's right.
Yeah.
If you're looking at this, it's right to the left of the entrance to Bowser's Castle, right where that, right here. But you can't queue, because the thing is, we saw it and we went, oh hey, this has a 10-minute wait. What luck!
Yeah, no, it has a 10-minute wait
because you have to queue up for 3 different things first.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
we're about
later,
to ask about it. Yeah.
Yeah, meaning, by the way, that the later in the day that it gets, the more it's going to pack up because more people are going to finish it.
Yeah. Think about here is where we learn we need the keys. Or did we actually have to talk to somebody and reveal how dumb we are?
Reveal how dumb we are. We're Americans. That was already implied.
We need to get keys first.
Oh, okay, there we go. Yep. Huzzah. So we essentially decided, okay, until we can get into Toad's Cafe, we'll kill time doing the key mini games, and then we'll do Bowser Jr.'s thing. So the first mini game. Oh, and keep in mind, the way the keys are situated makes it look like, you know, you can just walk up and do it. But suffice to say, the land being as packed as it is, each one has its own line, the line of which was at least 20 minutes to a half hour. So just for something as simple as turning a crank, you may have to wait 20 minutes to do it.
Yep.
Case in point, let's see, I have the key games broken up right here. I hold on to your bag. Oh, hey, Jack and Vana. Welcome to Kaiser and I eventually get to the most interesting part of our Japan trip.
Yep, that's Scott, all right.
Didn't even let the poor Goomba climb the hill.
Fuck this Goomba.
I'm the one holding the camera. And so that was the first game. First key down for both of us, obviously. Now we get to the second key, which actually ends up being a team game where we got brought into another group.
No. Oh, yeah, it is. All right. And now it's filming.
Did a bit of a sexy pose for the camera.
Don't break the umbrella.
Luckily, he did not break the umbrella. So ultimately, as you see in the footage, the idea is you're trying to turn off these alarm clocks as they go up by tapping the top of them, or else a big piranha plant wakes up and eats you.
Yep.
And if you keep it asleep, you can grab the key it's holding over here.
Yep.
So this is with the GoPro in my overall pocket, so it's going to be a bit choppy, but this is how it went down. Oh, and the idea was you only could hit it with the hand that you didn't have your watch thing on. I forget the reason.
Well, I thought you had to hit it with the one with your...
Well, I'm clearly not. Because the hand
Oh.
with the watch is, I think, the one trying to hold the GoPro steady.
Oh, geez.
Alright, so we did it. I tapped my thing, get the key, and we're good.
Hooray!
And then we leave
So
and
far,
head
so
over.
good.
Yeah, and so we head over to the final one, which is a timing puzzle. And then a bunch of people want to take photos with us. And the guy at the line is very happy. Or at least pretending to be happy. He could have fooled me. So we finally get to the last game, which is this. So just watch what happens. First try! Now, did you see what happened? He hit his watch thing on this POW block, and then that POW traveled to that POW block, and then traveled to that POW block, hitting the shell up to here. The idea being, you're supposed to hit this one at the right time to eventually cause this one to go off and send the shell up. I went before Mario, and I fucked it up. I thought I was... it was clearly the timing changes randomly, meaning you can't like watch the person in front of you and know just when to do it. It may fuck me up. But the thing is, they have an attendant here who tries to cue you, and I could have sworn I was doing it right when she was cueing me, and I fucked it up all 3 times. And if you have 3 times, you're out. No key for you. Now, of course, you have the option of getting right back in the line to try again, but I looked at that line, saw that it had gotten even longer, and went, I don't want to wait 30 minutes for a chance to maybe get this right on a second try.
Yeah.
So we have a problem. We wanted to go to get footage of the Bowser Jr. fight, but me no key. I no key. So we eventually went over there. You know, we initially said, hey, we're together and only one of us has all the keys. Can we maybe work something out here? And they went, no. And then they went, how? And we went, can he film me doing it? And they went, sure. So it ended up me coming in and going, okay, I'll just film you doing it, and that's fine.
But the thing was, they were uncomfortable apparently with somebody just standing there and watching, and apparently there was an open space.
Well, so I was not the only one in there watching or even filming. There were several, proud moms and pops also doing it. And then I just, I'll use the GoPro. Why am I using your phone? You keep the wristbands after. Yes, you do have to pay, what was it, 4,000 yen for them? But once you buy them,
so
they're yours.
Yeah, so you get to fucking keep them.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he tries to explain. It's like he's not playing, he's filming. So we clear that up. And yeah, you can all around the edge of the room are people who are just here as support for the people that got the keys. And the whole story is Bowser Jr. stole the golden mushroom. You have to go fight him to get it back. Thanks for coming, Blue Flare. Sorry. Oh, and Anonymous, thank you for the $25 donation to WalkMS.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Still getting people in the room. Let's cut this out. We're waiting. Wow, we wait for a while.
Yeah, it was quite a wait.
There were subtitles to this? I didn't even notice.
Yeah, no, there's English all throughout.
But only on the left side. Maybe I was looking at the right.
Yeah, they know that they got people coming from America for this.
I believe there is a Super Nintendo Land already in Florida Universal Studios, or was that coming with...
and it's worse.
Because I know they also... I'm not sure if it's part of their Epic Universe thing. I'm so behind on the theme park times. So anyway, I know I've repeated this point, but as you can see, I'm not the only person here who's just, like, filming and clearly not supposed to be involved. But I am the only person here dressed up as Luigi.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what made the next part possible, because I start out in this enclosed area, and this is the practice where you just, like, this is how you play the game, with your shadow knocking these balloons aside. And eventually the balloons become bombs. Served it right over the head of that child. And I just went, I'm the proud papa, filming my Luigi, try to learn.
Your Mario.
And then it's like, why are you gesturing over here? Wait, an empty slot? Wait, but I don't have a key. And then they just keep kind of insisting on the point. And I just went, sure, okay. And then I'll put the bag over here.
Oh, okay.
Probably should have thanked you for that, but oh well, I'm here now. So now, screw Mario, Luigi gets to play.
Yeah.
So I can only assume there was a slot open and they just went, there's a sad-looking Luigi over there. Let's just let him play.
Yeah, like, the Mario's here, but his Luigi's not playing with them? This is bad optics.
And he's filming too, guys. This is not going to look good for us on social media. So despite my best effort to have them not give me something for free, I play. And then immediately get hit by a bullet bill. Because I didn't get to have the balloon moment. I had to learn on the fly.
I'm glad that we actually got to show this part.
I mean, granted, it would have looked better if I was just filming you do it, instead of having the GoPro in my overall pocket.
I mean, yeah, no, it's visceral. You really feel like
We seem to be focusing more on the kid to my right than me.
I'm glad you got all this footage of that child.
Oh yeah, and this time you have to, like, you're serving the bombs right up to Bowser Jr. And then after he's defeated... you have to do one big jump! And I have to catch the GoPro from flying out of my pocket. And then you get the golden mushroom back. Ta-da! And somehow, despite joining late, I did better than the guy on my left. That's how you know I'm a gamer.
Technically, I believe that's because you were part of the tutorial part. That's why. All right, you joined after the tutorial part, and the tutorial part didn't count. So.
Yeah, and then I tried to explain what the fuck happened to Mario.
Yeah.
All right, so that took up probably a couple of hours, so we had a bit more time to kill. And in between, we had gotten a snack at one of the food stalls.
Yeah, I
And
believe you did. We both get the curry bread. I feel like we did.
I know I got it, and then I got one of the melon things, and this is where Donkey Kong Country is now, as you can tell by the how it taunts us. Because the thing is, they were advertising that it would come out in late 2024, up until they announced it in the last month of the year. So there was a part of me looking at the news, and even on the boat, I kept checking. It's like, maybe they'll announce it. Maybe it'll be open when we're there. Only to have them announce it while Scott's still in Japan.
Yeah, I actually did consider going back, but the amount of money I would have had to have paid would have been ridiculous.
Yeah, so the time, to my surprise, the timed entries into the land weren't all immediately sold out the week they announced it. I'm so used to hearing that stuff about like American things that I was quite surprised. But at the same time, you still would have had to pay 20,000 yen for the timed entry, and then another 20,000 yen just to get into the park itself. So you would have been out roughly $300-ish to get this all lined up. So bear with us when we share our frustration about not having gone to the park pretty much immediately before it became more relevant.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating, admittedly.
But then after a while, we were able to get into Toad's Cafe, which was good because it actually just started raining and we needed the cover.
Yeah.
Let's see. I have the interior. Where's entering Toad's Cafe? You'd think I would have named these in a better fashion. All right, well, here's the interior. I'll find the entrance later. Oh, it's right above it. Fuck me. So the idea is, it's a restaurant where you go and get food, but the idea is you actually put in your order ahead of time after going through this queue, where you walk out with, like, they'll assign you a table and they'll know, like, what to deliver to your table already. There's no waiter that comes by and tries to take your order.
Yeah.
But honestly, I was surprised they had this much of a queue in the building for something you had to reserve time for.
Yeah, a little bit. You reserve to get inside.
Yeah, it's another place where it's a line to get into the line. Oh, yeah, even I tried to make a joke, fucked it up. And so after you get past the line and order your food, this is what the inside of the restaurant looks like. You have all of these different windows giving you different screens. At the moment, Bowser's attacking, so it's dark and stormy. We thought for a moment that it actually was kind of like supposed to replicate the outside because it was cloudy and rainy. But no, it just cycles through different scenes.
Yeah. And this was the last time we took off all of our stuff after this. Like, we took off the mustaches because we had to.
Yeah, so the thing was, we had a timed entry for a Chainsaw Man 4D experience at 4:30. So the idea was we'd come in here, get some footage of the food, undress a bit so we didn't get harassed on the way out. Harassed. We didn't have to deal with the same crowds we dealt with coming in. So it was a bit of a blessing in disguise. Also, the irony, he got the Luigi veggie burger, I got the Mario regular burger. Haha.
Yeah.
Not intended to come out like that, but it did.
No, I when you like said you wanted the burger, I was like, good, I'll go. Like, I knew what we were doing.
Also, here's my funniest clip taken with my phone.
The one time I can have facial hair.
Oh, yours comes off just fine.
Yeah, no, mine, I had black gunk on my face for the rest of the fucking day.
Yeah, the residue, if you already had loose hairs, the residue, the adhesive left on your upper lip would cause it to stick. So, yeah, Scott was pretty messy the rest of the day before he could actually get like a soapy rag and wash it.
Ah.
And so after we ate, let's see, is it rushing to the 4D theater or was it just leaving Nintendo Land?
It's probably rushing to the 4D theater, I think.
Escaping Nintendo Land. We were both wrong.
Wow, nothing. The stuff
Don't go that way, idiot.
I pointed out the windows.
Alright, that's just a bunch of crowd chatter. So, Resi Lee asking, was it all worth it? I would say yes.
Yeah.
It was definitely a thrilling adventure. We got 15 minutes of fame with everyone wanting to take pictures with us. We honestly a little bit got to upstage the actual Mario and Luigi that come to the park.
Yeah.
Because go ahead.
One of my favorite moments was they have a meet the cast thing, like where you go up there and you can meet and greet with the mascots. And we went up there in front of them and we're getting questions for pictures, and we were there for maybe 20 minutes building lines in front of them.
Because the thing was, they had a Mario and Luigi that had giant plush heads on, definitely much more cartoonish. And you had to have a Universal Studios pass or something to take the photo with them. So we went up and okay, Mario and Luigi, take a photo with Mario and Luigi. No, all right then. Somewhat fueled out of spite, when someone asked for their photo and I knew a queue was gonna form, I'm like, hell yeah, we'll take this photo right in front of their Mario and Luigi. Fuck them.
Fuck 'em.
Oh, while we're on our way, here's the photo that Scott sent me of our post.
Yeah, I love that picture. And now that we've done this stream, I'm definitely posting that.
Ooh, I like this one too. It's a bit small, but I like it.
Yeah, I love that one.
Oh, this was where the first crowd formed, because we didn't have a timed entry to this, but we were interested in this alternate reality game where I think you put on some AR goggles or VR goggles and ride a roller coaster, and it was themed after I think the Swordsmith. No, it was the Hashira training arc of Demon Slayer. So they had this outside the roller coaster line, but the line itself was 3 hours long, so we bailed. But we were able to get these photos.
Yeah.
All right. And so now this is us trying to book it back to the front of the park where the 4D theater is. I'm looking at the map. Had to say goodbye to the people. So you see, we have ditched the hat and gloves, rolled up our sleeves. We are now working Mario and Luigi, and someone still asked for a photo, but by then Scott was 50 feet away from me, and I just had to say no.
Yep, no. Nothing doing. Sorry, folks.
Would we cosplay again or be ourselves in Universal Studios Japan next time?
Oh, if we
probably
go back,
ourselves.
Yeah, no, that was fun for that one time. I'm not doing that again.
But would we do it if we were specifically trying to get to Donkey Kong Country?
I'll kill you.
Okay, just wanted to check. So we ended up getting there pretty much this is us getting back to the front of the park with the big atrium. And long story short, this is us getting in. So the thing is, there's a Chainsaw Man statue out front. So you'd think, okay, we're in the right spot. But then you walk in and see all of this. And
none of it,
both of us had a moment of doubt.
Yeah, because none of it was Chainsaw Man themed. And we're like, wait, are we in the right place?
It wasn't until they aired a pre-show where they switch between this, kind of cutesy anime Pumpkin Man, who's the host of it, and then they cut to, oh, let's look at this crowd shot, and then you see the cast of Chainsaw Man in the audience in this weird CGI thing that honestly was a bit too ugly.
Yeah.
But then we got to go into the theater, and it's still themed this Halloween thing. It's oh, pumpkin chaos, we were so cute, and turns out the mascot for this show is a devil, and he tries to eat us, causing a fight and then causing our chairs to squirt water in our face. thus 40. And they do actually have a nice exit into the gift shop where you actually, because during the show, the set, the stage and the building are destroyed. So when you walk out, you're actually walking through the screen, through the wreckage to get to the gift shop.
Yeah. By the way, the actual show was pretty fine. Like, the entire idea was like you said, that little mascot guy is a devil, and it was a fun little fight between a lot of the characters from the show against the devil. They play a lot with perspective. It's cool. It's pretty neat. We had a good time.
Someone called FaZe Clam is watching me? Well, I'd be very grateful if he donated to WalkMS. It helps support people living with multiple sclerosis.
Bro, FaZe watching? FaZe Clam? FaZe is just... Wait.
Shush.
Okay.
Shush. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Okay.
And that was definitely the biggest day of the trip, because we'd had these Mario and Luigi outfits with us the entire time. I packed my gloves, and you can see people are walking around in more varied costumes.
Oh yeah,
and Scott finally gets to be the person asking for a photo.
Yes, I'm sorry. There was a Firin and oh wow, I'm forgetting her name. Firin and wow, why am I forgetting her name? Fern, thank you. I forgot her name. I feel bad.
No, I'm the guy. Yeah, no, you're turning into the very thing you hated.
Call you out. And that's us leaving the park. Sorry, just had to check something.
That's fine.
Alrighty. So that takes us to October 25th in Osaka. Which is, by comparison's sake, much calmer. Even though I actually have a lot of video of it, because we kind of spent half the day just recovering from the last day.
We really did. It was a lot. I'm not gonna lie.
So, when I had this grand vision of the 24th, I thought we were going to be done with the park closer to 5 or 6. Though, granted, the fact that the sun just came down means it might be 6 o'clock already. We're just bum tired. Where I thought, after this, we would cross the river and head to Tempozan, which is a small entertainment district with a Ferris wheel, an aquarium, a bunch of fun stuff I thought we could wind the day down with. Turns out, hell no, we were tired. So we ended up just pitching that stuff over to the 25th. Let's see here, we ended up going through the Osaka Aquarium. And the fun thing about the Osaka Aquarium is, aside from this aquatic tunnel entrance, they frame it after the Pacific Ocean and its surrounding seas, kind of like a Ring of Fire motif, where the whole building sits around a central tank that represents the Pacific Ocean and is their biggest tank with a couple of whale sharks in it. Meanwhile, the tanks on the outside are themed after different seas: Sea of Japan, I think some Southeast Asian seas. And as you start from the top, you start from the surface of the water, and then you go further down into the depths. But how can we say no? We're at the surface level. They have... Skip this. Otters! They gave us the best part too early.
Yeah, I won't lie.
3 otters sleeping on each other.
You don't start with otters. What are you doing?
And if you want a closer look... Oh, maybe just 2 otters. Look at them! Look at them!
Oh, they were so cute. I love them.
They were. But then they also had some sea lions.
Yo, the sea lions were busy. They were moving.
Yeah. So the thing, with the sea lions and then later a dolphin tank, and I think also the penguin tank they had in there, you start seeing them pretty early, but their tanks go very deep. So you'll end up going down to where you're starting to see crabs or even the Pacific tank itself, and you'll see, like, on your left, dolphins or penguins diving for shits and giggles. I do not know what this one's doing. It's adorable, but I don't know what he's doing.
I'm a little concerned about him, actually. I'm not gonna lie.
I started filming him because he was just, like, spinning around in place, and I thought, nah, that doesn't look good. There are also sea lions in here, too.
It's gonna sound sort of weird, but one of my favorite things about, like, this aquarium was that the music was not obnoxious. I feel like at so many aquariums and so many zoos, or no, aquariums specifically, they always have this, like, how do I say this? Aquatic sounding music. Do you know what I mean?
Honestly,
like,
I have
this
this is the first aquarium I've been to in years, so if I know.
Fair enough.
Keep your eye on the one on the left. Oh, actually, no, this one. The one that's just about to come to the left. And up! Show off.
Well, sugoi indeed, my friend. Well, sugoi indeed.
He is the Lord of the Sea Lion. But then on top of that, we have dolphins. The only other creature that kills for fun.
You mean besides jaguars?
I guess a lot of creatures kill for fun. Don't let the ghost fish deceive you. It's because there's a tank behind me. I called this more dolphins, but where the hell's the dolphin?
Yeah,
There we go. Not worth it. Here's the Pacific tank.
Yeah, this shit is so cool. This is wild stuff. I love it.
There's one of the whale sharks, and there's the other one.
Do you know what the Japanese word for whale shark is?
No.
Jinbei.
Oh, that's right. You said that before. So graceful. There are 5 videos with just called Pacific Tank Part Number. just to give you an idea of how much footage of that thing I captured. Here, let's see. Let's try part 3. Oh yeah, so at a time of day, the whole aquarium goes into twilight mode to better simulate, you know, a day-night cycle for the fish. So now it's darker.
I kind of love it. I like the nighttime version more. It's honestly a vibe.
Yeah, the problem is it turns up the film grain on the camera.
Oh, that's also true.
And light, any light in the room reflects off the wall, hence the exit sign, exit sign, exit sign, exit sign. Here's some penguins.
Penguin.
There, clear shot. They just have someone with a box just dumping snow from there. Such a centralized snowfall.
Yeah, I love the music in the background. It was so pleasant.
Oh, oh, look out, look out!
Done it. Bye.
And I hear those same penguins, but diving.
They do that?
Well, it's just an illustration of just how deep their tank is. Though you have to wonder what they're looking for. They're not going to find any fish down there.
They don't know that.
Stupid birds. Can't even fly. Arachnophobes, look away. This stream got crabs.
I'm shell shocked.
Oh, someone coughed. End of stream.
Yep. Everyone, we're done. We're leaving. Bye.
Oh, wait, no. I already saw that one. This one's called Osaka Aquarium, I don't know. Oh, that's right, because then they had, at the surface level, they had these fuckers.
There's another one. It's
Yeah, so many aquariums just have non-aquatic animals randomly, and I feel like it's like they're just kind of holding them for zoos half the time.
If this guy would move, there's a panel there that says what the hell these things are.
Bosses?
Now they have a feeding time. Then some fish, and we're done with that. So there's like at least 15 more videos. I'll end the aquarium one with just the deep.
The deep. From the hit show The Boys?
No.
There's an Ocelot in the Dallas one? Yes! I can't remember which one. One of them has a fucking tree. I believe the one in... One of them has a tree kangaroo, of all things.
I wonder if there's some sort of like, you have to have this thing to count as this. I worry that the light exposure isn't good enough for this. Little tiny jellies. And a leaky roof.
Jellyfish freak me the fuck out.
Close your eyes then.
I mean, more conceptually.
The biological immortality?
The fact that they're dangerous and yeah.
Well, everything's dangerous. You yourself, Gimli, are dangerous. Have you ever had a jellyfish sting you?
No.
Oh, I have. In the worst place, too.
Your inner thigh?
No.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway, after that, we got on the Temples on Ferris wheel, the one that lights up and says, "Welcome to Osaka. Here's the time-lapse of us on it." I'd played the other video, but we were talking, and boy, did we say stuff. What did we say? I'll leave that to your imagination. Also, before we even went into the aquarium, we found out that apparently cruise ships dock here. And there goes the Holland America ship.
Bye, Holland America. Bye.
I think I waved goodbye to them, if only because they were there waving goodbye. Nope, too far away. Bye-bye. Alrighty, then we went to the last TeamLabs exhibit we went to, which was in the Nagai Botanical Gardens. Only open for 3 hours and not open until 9:30, 8:30?
Yeah, this isn't that though. This is still the
yeah, this is B-roll. This is the Botanical Gardens. So, it is an open-air exhibit, which I think is the hardest thing to try and build around, because it's, well, a garden. You kind of only put stuff that's already there.
It's also dark as hell.
Yeah, well, that's why I kind of lag behind. I do not think the GoPro is the best thing for this. You need a camera that's probably a lot better at getting good exposure. You can kind of see some of it. Like this one where the rocks change color. This is hour 4 of this, so... Sorry, running out of steam.
Oh my god, it is.
Yeah.
Oh god, I didn't know we've been here this long.
One more day. We're almost there. It's fun to reminisce, isn't it? Wish you were there again?
I mean, yes, all the time, every day, god damn it.
So this was the centerpiece of the whole thing. There's a lake in the garden, and they have 2 exhibits. One is this one where it's just a couple of, it's a couple of rock sculptures that they then project those light spirals onto. And then if you walk away from there, you end up in the glowing ball forest, where every Instagrammer you know probably has one photo of them doing a heart, hugging a ball, doing a funny pose in front of a ball. I myself pondered the ball.
But did you have a ball?
If no one else was there, I would have.
Yeah, I won't lie. This was when the God, there's too many people here really started to hurt the experience.
Oh yeah, by the way, we also visited that Americana district for like an hour.
Yeah, in Osaka, we had some time to kill.
We had some nice takoyaki there, but aside from trying to avoid a bunch of smokers, that was about it. Oh, here's a better view of the Ferris wheel from the outside. Like every, I think, 8th carriage is glass bottomed, which is what we were waiting for. They had a walk-on line for like any carriage, but if you wanted to get through a see-through one, you had to wait. High demand, limited supply, that sort of thing.
Mm-mm.
We got closer to the orbs. So honestly, if I were to recommend a TeamLabs museum to go to, I would recommend one of the ones in Tokyo. Planets or Borderless, they're both fantastic. This one, if you could walk through it alone,
it would be amazing.
Yeah.
It would be stupendous. The people honestly make it worse.
But finally calling back to the thing we mentioned, I think, 3 hours ago.
It's going to be a little hard to see, but yeah. So, remember when I was talking about that spirit parade at the first TeamLabs where they were projecting it onto the wall? Well, they set up clear glass, like clear walls that they could project upon, so as you're walking throughout the forest and it's dark at night, you suddenly see the spirits walking alongside you.
Oh my gosh, I just realized I didn't show a single clip from light cycles in Kyoto. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry, guys. There's so much from this trip I wish I could share.
Yeah.
But we would be here for 6 hours, and I don't have
really
that kind
would
of stamina. So, a lot like what you're seeing here, there was a botanical garden in the University of Kyoto grounds that was indoors and had 4 exhibits you would walk through in sequence, all of which were spectacular. But here's the spirit parade you saw in TeamLabs Borderless all the way back in Tokyo. Which I agree, looking like it's going through a forest is much better placement for it.
Yeah. Not that the other one is bad, but this is just such a good, clever use of that.
It does feel like they made the parade for this and then went, well, if we're making Borderless, we need to have something move through the exhibit. Hey, you already have that whole effect you did for the botanical gardens. Why not use that here?
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually the other way around, though.
Borderless was only open in February, though. This has been here for a while.
Oh wait, no, sorry, I misheard you. No, you stated the proper, yeah.
And then you get to a flame where you can use a phone app to take it with you, I guess. This was very unclear. So after walking through the small prickly plants that feel like they're bugs nipping at your ankles...
I hate that.
Yeah. Then you get to what I think is one of the better shows of the exhibit. Which, honestly, I don't think the GoPro did any justice. So here's a photo of it. Not that photo. This photo.
Yes. So this was a lake with a couple of big trees out in the middle of it, and they had set these lamps out to float around, and it's a beautiful shot. Just absolutely gorgeous stuff.
Oh, there's me pondering the orb.
You and your orbs.
Selfie? Oh god, no. My phone camera was definitely not ready for that. I think this was the best shot of it.
Yeah, probably.
If you just ignore all of this, it's great.
Very misanthropic tonight.
Well, they
Hey,
just kept getting in the way.
No, they did.
With their strollers, of all things. Why did you bring your baby here?
Honestly, it is a little frustrating because it's like, hey, look at all these peaceful, serene, gorgeous exhibits that you're supposed to walk through and enjoy, and you have people just yelling and talking really loudly and just being incredibly rude. And it's like, I don't know what to say about this because I want people to come here and enjoy these things. I want folks to partake in these amazing exhibits, but y'all all don't know how to, like, chillax and enjoy the experience, you motherfuckers.
So this was the last full day of my trip and in Osaka. And I wanted to get up to the Umeda Sky building, which was a bit of a trek away from Namba Station where our hotel was, but we got here early afternoon and suddenly found there was a music festival, which is just another example of the things I liked about going on this trip, and maybe just big cities in general, is the fact you can go somewhere and run across like 3 different things on the way. Because when we pulled into the station that was closest to the Umeda Sky building, they were having an anime photo op.
With Kinnikuman.
That was the Umeda Sky building, by the way. I started the shot on it. So, the music festival was free if you downloaded an app, which was already a no-sell. So, we just enjoyed the what was around it.
Yeah, it was only a no-sell because, like, we had other stuff to do. I think I would have actually stayed, because they had, like, fucking M-Flow there. But, no, we had other stuff to do.
So then we went into the Umeda Sky building and started to ascend to the roof by going into this windowed elevator. And then it started to ascend. There we go.
Wow. Ooh. Ooh.
I honestly didn't even register the guy doing that until now.
Yeah, I know. I mean, either. It's just kind of funny. Just hearing him say, woo, woo, over and over.
Maybe you shouldn't have taken this elevator, buddy.
It is really funny when you get in, like, an elevator that looks out, or, like, any place that goes up high with somebody who's obviously got a fear of heights. And not just, like, being in a precarious place while up high, just in general, they are fucked up about heights. It's like being on a plane with somebody who's deathly afraid of flying, which I have been, and it's really, I'm not gonna say funny, but it's always an experience.
Though once you get off the elevator, you then have to take an escalator up.
Yes.
Which crosses the circle that forms the center of the building.
You know, people keep talking about oh, you get on an escalator that goes between the 2 buildings, and you could see out over the city. Isn't that scary? Aren't you, doesn't that make you feel anxious? And it's like, no, there's so much metal around me. Like, even if, I'm not anxious about this at all.
And then once you get off the escalator, there's like a 3-story whole observation deck dedicated to the building. I don't know what the tea tables were for. I think they were theming something Halloween related. I didn't get it.
Oh, it was based off of some, fucking mobile game.
Oh.
Yeah.
So the weird thing was, they had a theater on this floor, which was just showing, like, an anime dedicated to the building, like showing how
it was conceived
children were inspired to become architects and fell in love while constructing the Umeda Sky building.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny.
It was funny for sure. I just thought it was hokey.
Oh yeah, no, very hokey. Promotional anime is always super, super hokey. Because it's always, like, really naked. But sometimes really well made.
There it is right there.
Yep.
Yeah, they're about to start building it. But I don't think I focus anymore on that. Oh, yeah, there's the music festival.
Which is still pretty cool.
They did it! They built the thing! Oh, apparently I did focus on it a bit more. I think they might fall in love.
The real Umeda Sky building was the friends we made along the way.
And then, of course, they have a cafe.
There's always a cafe. There will always be a cafe.
Oh, and this is something that I think is a bit where they're like kind of comparing it to the wonders of the world, which comes off as presumptuous, I think. It's like I think that designation has to be given, not just called.
Hey, if you think you earned it, then fucking shout it out loud. Be like, we are one of the wonders of the world. God damn it, we are.
Dun dun dun. And then the rocket ship. One of these things is not like the others.
One of these things is... Oh, no.
Nope. Nope. You're the one that went there, not me. And then Space Colony, because I guess. And then, of course, gotcha! Oh, I think... Oh, yeah, made of Legos. Oh, yeah. So there was a bit of unique construction when it came to building this sky deck, because they built the skyscrapers and then kind of raised the circular structure in the middle and built around it, which was neat. Oof. Sorry, my eyes watering.
I know, I get emotional when I think about all this too.
I think it's more of a sinus problem, but sure. Oh. Take your hats off.
Yeah.
And then we went up to the roof.
The roof. The roof. The roof is windy as fuck.
Well, it's one of the few times where the media kit I got for the GoPro came in handy, because the fuzz you can put on it at least cut out the wind noise.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, audio may otherwise sound like shit, but you know what you don't get?
Yeah, I can barely hear it. I can, but like, it's not distracting.
So a fun thing about the basement to the Ameda Sky building is that it actually is styled on like kind of a turn of the century. Well, I guess I say that, it makes you think of the 1900s to 2000s, but it's more like a early Meiji era kind of street where you have the different restaurants organized in a close alleyway.
Yeah, I'd say, yeah, no, it's pretty cool.
And then the bathroom is styled after like a bathhouse.
Oh man, I should have. Man.
Yeah, you're not gonna get photos of the bathroom.
Yeah, you are. I took a video.
You dirty boy.
It was empty. It's not like I whipped it out while other people were in there.
Mm-hmm.
Responsible adult. I'm an adult.
Uh-huh. Though honestly, like I have a few more photos and videos of the food in downtown Bori, but I think this might be the wrap up. The view of Osaka, the sun setting. I have a couple of time lapses I can also use for B-roll if necessary. But that was it. That was my trip to Japan, and then Scott made me angry, so I left him there.
Actually, here, I did send you a video.
Oh, joy. Oh dear, it's the bathroom. Hold on.
I mean, it was really cool. I want people to see it because it's such a cool design.
Oh, I can't full screen this very well.
Wow, it is. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's a really... I love the design of this thing. It looks like a bathhouse. This is going to be evidence for your trial when you go back to Japan. I don't think it's illegal to film in a bathroom.
Well, what would you say is your biggest takeaway from this trip? And I'll say, to make it either more difficult or easier, you have to pick something while I was there.
I mean, honestly, my favorite parts were while you were there, so...
Oh, we didn't even talk about the Tokyo Matrix either. My God, so many holes in this report.
Oh man, yeah, the Tokyo Matrix. So when we were in Shinjuku, there was this whole VR experience in one of the buildings, the Kabukicho Tower. It's called the Tokyo Matrix, and they can switch it out for different themes. But for this one, they had a Sword Art Online one. You basically like get a smartphone that they give to you. You put in all your information, and you have it on you throughout, and you can use items as you're doing it. And the entire experience is just solving a bunch of different puzzles, projections on the wall. It's a lot. It's so much. Way more
yeah,
than
no,
you go
it is
around.
a whole like multi-level escape. Not really escape room, but you have puzzles for different areas as you progress, and if you progress through like 7 different challenges, you fight Asuna and Kirito, and then if your team is able to do that, you get your name on the wall. So it was a big thing. We didn't make it, but it was definitely a fun experience.
Oh man, we fucking failed. And then I went back with 2 of my friends, and then we fucking failed on the exact same part.
Oh, did you get the exact same challenges? Because there are like 7 of them on that level.
I got it different challenges. I know I got a different challenge, but I still got the same one that we failed on.
Oh. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it really fucking is. I'm still mad about it to this day.
Were you at least able to use the coupon they gave us?
No.
Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Because I had to sign up with their fucking thing.
Why'd you have to sign up with the coupon? Didn't. Oh, that
Yeah,
coupon was a trap.
Yeah, no. Like I looked into it. It's like, yeah, sign up here. Fuck you.
Boo.
Agreed.
Especially when we paid extra for that 1 extra life.
I know. I'm so mad about it.
Well, on this final time lapse of an Osakan sunset, thank you all for joining me. I may be back tomorrow with what? I'm not sure. I was thinking it would be game dev stuff, but unfortunately with everything else going on this week, I just haven't had much time to make a really substantial change in the game yet. But whatever I'm back with tomorrow, on Friday, I will be here at 6 o'clock Central Time with some TFS at the table.
Oh my
Lenny
God.
and some of our mods are joining me for a return to Avatar Legends.
I won't lie. I'm a little sad I can't join you on that.
Plans can be changed if you have the time.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's having like those guys all in one place and then another person via it would be a bitch, I think.
All right, well, you know I have all the rule books to run a game if you're ever interested. But anyway, it will be a pirate adventure.
Ooh.
But until then, folks, have a good night. Thank you all for helping me support WalkMS, and I hope to see you again soon.
Thank you so much, everyone.